Have you ever had a night when your mind just wouldn't stop talking? When you're lying in bed, the world is silent, but inside, it's chaos. You try to breathe. You tell yourself to let go, but the thoughts keep coming. Louder, sharper, crueler. Every regret, every failure, every version of you that you wish you could forget. You wonder, why can't I control this? You've read the books, tried the affirmations, repeated the mantras, and yet the storm always finds you. What if the problem isn't the noise? What if it's the fight? Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." But no one ever told you how hard that power is to hold when your own thoughts become the enemy. When the battlefield is inside and silence feels impossible. Tonight, you're not here to fight the storm. You're here to understand it. To see that peace was never the absence of thought. It was the space between them. Because the truth is, you were never broken. You were just drowning in a mind that forgot how to rest. This is not a story about control or perfection. It's a story about coming home to the part of you that has been waiting quietly beneath the noise. Stay. Because once you hear what silence truly sounds like, you'll never want to leave. The night is still, but the mind is not outside. The city hums softly beneath a thin veil of silence. Inside a small room, the lights are dimmed. A single lamp casts a pale glow across the walls, and a clock ticks like a gentle reminder that time, too, is alive. Yet even in this stillness, the storm continues. He lies awake, eyes open to the ceiling, surrounded by quiet but filled with noise. Thoughts move like waves, crashing, retreating, rising again without rhythm or mercy. Regret, memory, worry, hope, each one pulling at the edges of his mind. There is no enemy here, no external chaos, only the vast and ungoverned sea within him. Let your body rest. Let your thoughts drift. The voice is calm, distant, like a tide calling from somewhere beyond the shore of awareness. And for a moment, he listens. He lets the sound of his own breathing become the only thing real. The air enters, slow and heavy. It leaves, light and quiet. Between those breaths, something changes. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." The Stoics believe that our inner world paints the life we see. If the mind is disturbed, even beauty looks violent. If the mind is calm, even sorrow becomes soft. And so, the first lesson is not to fight the storm, but to understand its nature. In the language of Stoicism, thoughts are not commands, they are impressions. They arrive uninvited, whispering of the past, inventing futures, judging what already is. Most people mistake these voices for truth. But Marcus, sitting in his tent under a Roman sky, learned otherwise. He learned to pause, to breathe, to observe each thought as if it were a cloud crossing the sun, temporary, changing shape and disappearing on its own. You don't have to believe everything you think. It sounds simple, almost too gentle to be powerful. Yet within that sentence lives a freedom most people never find. Every thought that says, "You failed," "You are not enough," "You should have been better," none of it is law. They are only echoes of the world that once wounded you. The Stoic does not silence them by force. He lets them pass like waves, knowing that the sea always returns to calm when left alone. The room feels warmer now, as if something unseen has softened. His body still, but his awareness widening. The thoughts are still there. The unpaid bill, the lost chance, the thing he said and wishes he had not. But they no longer sting. They float, detached, harmless. The mind, when unobserved, is like a child running through a dark house, bumping into every piece of furniture. But the moment you turn on the light, the chaos loses its power. The furniture has not moved, yet everything is different because you can finally see. The Stoics called this practice prososcia, attention. Not a strained kind of attention that tires you, but the quiet noticing that frees you. To look at a thought without judgment is to reclaim the space between you and it. In that space, peace begins. He remembers how Marcus described it. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Strength here is not resistance. It is the capacity to let the world be what it is without letting it stain who you are. Outside, a gust of wind brushes against the window. The lamp flickers, then steadies again. In that brief moment of darkness, he sees something new. The storm that once frightened him was never outside the glass. It was always inside. And it was never an enemy. It was his own untrained awareness, longing to be known. The ocean of the mind will always move. The goal is not to stop the waves. It is to stop mistaking yourself for them. You are not the anger, nor the memory, nor the fear. You are the sea itself, vast, still beneath the surface, infinite in depth. The waves are only surface weather, brief and harmless once you learn to look deeper. And so, he breathes again. The breath no longer feels like survival. It feels like surrender. Every inhale gathers the noise. Every exhale releases it. The storm still exists, but it no longer defines him. It is here, in this quiet recognition that philosophy ceases to be theory and becomes medicine. Marcus did not write to impress others. He wrote to remind himself, and perhaps to remind us, that peace is not the absence of thought, but the mastery of attention. When we can see our thoughts clearly, they lose their grip. When we no longer chase or fight them, they dissolve into the stillness that was always waiting underneath. The night grows quieter. The ticking clock becomes slower, almost rhythmic with his breathing. Outside, the wind has faded into the hum of distant streets. Inside, he begins to feel what can only be called a gentle awareness, not happiness, not relief, but a clear, open silence. The soul, once colored by confusion, is now beginning to take on a softer hue. Not white, not pure, but calm, like deep water under moonlight, and somewhere between thought and breath, between the chaos that was and the silence that is. He realizes the simplest truth of all. Peace was never gone. It was only waiting for him to stop believing the noise. The storm has quieted, but the air still trembles with what remains. He lies there, half awake, half inside his thoughts. And yet, something has changed. The noise that once swallowed him now feels softer, as if it no longer belongs entirely to him. It is as though he has stepped a few inches back from his own mind, seeing it for the first time not as himself, but as something he can simply watch. It is here that the journey truly begins. the first moment of reframing. Because peace does not start when the world slows down. It starts when you realize you are not the world inside your head. The Stoics called this prosoch, the art of attention. In modern language, we might call it mindfulness. But for Marcus Aurelius, it was a discipline of perception. To be awake within the mind, to look at a thought without being captured by it. He once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But what he meant was not control in the harsh sense, not to silence or crush every feeling, but to see each thought as it is, a passing visitor, not a command. "Now," the voice whispers, soft and low, "imagine yourself sitting by a river. The air is cool. The water moves gently beneath a silver moon." He breathes. The image comes easily. The surface of the river glimmers in the night, and leaves drift by, one, then another still. Some leaves are small and fragile, others are dark, heavy, and slow. Each one carries a thought, a memory, a worry, a hope. But the current keeps moving, and none of the leaves stay. The voice continues, "Your thoughts are like these leaves. Watch them pass. Do not follow. Do not hold. Simply see." For the first time, he realizes that he can look at a thought without becoming it. The mind speaks. "You are tired." He notices it. The mind says, "You failed today." He watches it drift away. He does not fight. He does not fix. He only observes. This is the beginning of distance, the space between the observer and the storm. And in that space, there is quiet. He remembers something Marcus once said, "The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it." The Stoics did not believe in running from emotion. They believed in watching emotion without judgment until its true shape revealed itself. To see without reacting, that is freedom. To name without fighting, that is peace. So he begins to name them gently, one by one. Here is anxiety. Here is regret. Here is longing, like a parent recognizing each child who has come home, not to scold, but to understand. And as he names them, they soften. The very act of attention transforms them. The thoughts lose their sharpness, their authority. They become what they always were, temporary forms, no different from the wind across the surface of the water. The moonlight spills wider now, its reflection stretching across the quiet river. The surface trembles slightly, but it no longer distorts the image above. He can see the moon clearly, soft, luminous, whole. That is what awareness does. When the water of the mind is agitated, even truth becomes blurred. But when it is still, reflection returns. He understands now that peace is not the absence of thought. It is the relationship he has with his thoughts. He is not here to erase them, nor to become them. He is here to witness them, the way the sky witnesses the clouds, patient, unbothered, infinite. The narrator's voice deepens, slowing as if sinking to the rhythm of a heartbeat. Do not rush to fix what you see. Do not chase silence. Just stay. This staying, this gentle presence, is the essence of Stoic mindfulness. It is not an escape from the mind, but a reconciliation with it. He sits by the river a little longer in his imagination. The leaves keep moving, but the river remains. It does not demand that the leaves stop. It only keeps flowing, accepting whatever passes through it. Some thoughts are bright, pleasant, fleeting. Others are heavy, painful, unwilling to leave. But he sees now that both belong to the same current, both carried by the same flow. He begins to sense something subtle, that the river is not separate from him. It is him, and the watcher who observes is also part of this same awareness. There was never a you and a your mind. There is only the still point where observation happens, silent, infinite, untouched. This realization arrives not with fireworks, but with stillness. It is not a thought. It is an understanding that rests deeper than words. In this moment, he sees how every human being carries the same river within, the same flood of thought, the same longing to be free of it, and the same possibility of peace waiting just beyond identification. Marcus wrote, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your judgment about it." To the Stoic, judgment is the true source of suffering, not the thought, not the feeling, but the belief that these inner movements define who we are. And now, lying in the quiet dark, he understands. He can observe pain without being consumed by it. He can notice thought without being ruled by it. He can be both the river and the one who watches. The night deepens. The ticking of the clock fades into the hum of distant air. His breathing is slow, steady, no longer controlled but surrendered. The thoughts still appear. They always will, but they come as guests, not intruders. They arrive, they are seen, they move on, and in the space that remains, there is clarity. The mind, once a battlefield, is now a landscape. The voice, once tangled, has turned to a whisper. The soul, once colored by confusion, begins to clear again, calm, transparent, reflecting the light above it. This is the distance Marcus spoke of. Not distance from life, but from illusion. Not separation, but perspective. And in that quiet perspective, the world begins to soften. The water smooths. The moon glows. And the man, once lost in thought, finally learns what it means to see. The river of thoughts keeps flowing, but something within him has changed. The storm no longer feels threatening. Each thought still appears and fades, but now they move through a space that feels larger, gentler, and free. The distance he found between himself and his mind begins to fill with a quiet kind of light. He realizes that silence is not the absence of thought. It is the understanding that thoughts no longer have to control him. The simple act of naming them, of seeing them clearly, has softened their edges. What once felt like chaos has become rhythm. What once felt like noise has turned into breath. The narrator's voice is slow now, almost like a whisper floating above the surface of water. Awareness, it says, is the first form of peace. The words land softly. Awareness, not escape, not control, just the gentle recognition of what is. It is the moment when the storm recognizes itself as part of the sky, when darkness realizes it was only the absence of light. He breathes in deeply. For the first time in what feels like years, the breath feels natural, unforced. The air enters, settles, leaves. There is no need to hold anything. There is no need to run. The thoughts still come and go, but they pass like shadows over still water. He remembers how Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events, Realize this, and you will find strength. It is not a command, but a reminder. The strength Marcus spoke of is not about dominance or control. It is the quiet courage to let things be what they are without letting them dictate what you become. The awareness of this truth is like turning on a light in a dark room. The furniture was always there. The fears, the memories, the regrets, but now he can see them for what they are. They are not monsters hiding in the dark. They are shapes of the past, harmless, once illuminated by understanding. The calm that follows is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. It arrives slowly, like dawn slipping through a half-open curtain. It moves through the body with warmth, through the mind with patience. He feels his heartbeat slow. The tightness in his chest has softened. His breathing falls into rhythm with the quiet around him. For a long while, he just listens to the hum of the night, to the faint rhythm of his pulse, to the stillness that feels both new and familiar. Peace, he realizes, was never a place to reach. It was a recognition of what was always here when the noise subsides. Every thought he had chased, every worry he had carried, had only been clouds drifting across a sky that was never broken. The voice speaks again, soft but steady. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts, Marcus once said. And now, with awareness, he begins to choose those colors carefully, not to force them, not to paint over what is dark, but to allow gentleness to return, to let stillness color the mind until it reflects the calm of the world outside. The metaphor expands within him. The room of the mind is never truly dark. It only seems that way until someone turns on the light. The light is awareness, the act of seeing clearly, the willingness to look, even when it is uncomfortable. And when that light is turned on, even the most shadowed corners lose their power. He looks around his physical room now, the soft hum of the lamp, the outline of books stacked neatly on the table, the reflection of the window against the glass. Everything feels familiar, yet somehow new. The world has not changed, but his way of seeing it has. That is what philosophy does when it is lived rather than studied. It changes the quality of perception. It teaches the eyes to see differently, the heart to listen gently. His mind feels open now, like the night air drifting in through the half-closed window. The thoughts that remain are no longer enemies, but companions. Each carries a fragment of his story, but none define it. He lets them move, and as they move, a deeper silence rises beneath them. Not an empty silence, but one filled with presence, like the hush before dawn, or the pause between two waves. It is the kind of silence that feels alive. He remembers a final line from Marcus, one that echoes softly now. In this silence, you begin to meet yourself again. Those words do not ask for understanding. They ask for surrender. To meet oneself again is to return to what was never truly lost, to the quiet witness beneath a constant stream of thought. The man closes his eyes. His breathing slows even more. Each inhale, a wave coming in. Each exhale, a wave going out. The rhythm feels endless, natural, timeless. There is no effort to maintain it. It simply continues. Around him, the world fades. The hum of the city is distant now. The ticking clock has softened into the rhythm of his heart. The night no longer feels heavy. It feels wide, endless, kind, somewhere deep inside, he senses a truth that does not need words. He understands that awareness is not a destination, but a way of being. That peace is not something to earn, but something to remember. That he has been whole all along, even when he could not feel it. The narrator's voice fades with him, quiet as breath. Awareness is the first form of peace. It repeats once more, barely above a whisper. And in that whisper, the room feels full of light. The storm has passed. The river is still. And in this gentle silence, he begins, truly, to meet himself again. The night continues in silence. His breathing has slowed into rhythm, calm and steady, as if the air itself has learned to rest. The mind that once raced now flows gently, like a quiet stream under moonlight. He has learned to watch his thoughts without chasing them, to see them as passing shapes upon the water. Yet, as the mind softens, a new question begins to rise within him, quiet but insistent. If I am not my thoughts, then who am I when the world touches me? For even as awareness grows, life does not stop moving. The world would still push, provoke, and pull. The difference now is how he chooses to meet it. This is where philosophy becomes practice. It is no longer about understanding thoughts, but about responding to the world with grace. Between what happens and how he reacts lies the most sacred ground in human experience, the space of response. The narrator's voice enters softly, patient and measured. Have you ever reacted before you even felt? It is a question that almost everyone can answer with a quiet yes. We react without thinking when words hurt us, when plans collapse, when the future feels uncertain. Our reflex is to defend, to control, to fix. But in that reflex, something precious is lost. The freedom to choose who we want to be. Viktor Frankl once wrote, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." Though Frankl lived centuries after Marcus Aurelius, the two men shared the same wisdom. True freedom does not come from controlling the world, but from mastering the self. He remembers the feeling of that truth now. The world has not changed, but his awareness has made it clearer. Each sound, each sensation, each passing thought feels slower, as if the universe has stretched time to give him room to breathe before reacting. The human heart, he realizes, often rushes to protect itself before it truly feels. When someone speaks harshly, the mind defends. When plans fail, the ego builds excuses. When love begins to fade, we grasp tighter. But beneath every reaction is a fear, the fear of losing control. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that peace begins where control ends. To be Stoic is not to suppress emotion, but to recognize that emotion is not the final truth. It is a signal, not a verdict, a flame, not a fire. The narrator's tone grows gentler, slower, like a guide teaching someone how to breathe again. Imagine a single candle in the dark, the voice says. The flame flickers when the wind moves, but when the air grows still, it burns steady, clear, alive. He pictures it, the candle glowing softly on the table near his bed. Each time the wind passes, the flame bends and wavers, but it never disappears. It waits for stillness, for quiet air to return. The candle becomes a mirror of his own mind. When the winds of emotion rush in, anger, fear, shame, pride, the light shakes. But when he stops chasing, when he lets the air grow still, the flame stands upright again. He understands now the art of distance is not a wall against life. It is the stillness that allows life to move through you without breaking you. Marcus Aurelius once wrote in Meditations, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Those words settle over him like warm rain. Pain is real, yes, but the suffering that follows, most of it is born from the stories we tell ourselves about the pain. When something happens, the mind reacts with meaning. This is bad. This is unfair. This should not have happened. But if we step back for a moment, if we leave space before believing the story, we discover that much of our suffering comes not from the event, but from our attachment to it. That small space between what happens and what we decide it means is where freedom lives. He breathes again, deeper this time. Inhale, the world as it is. Exhale, the world as he chooses to see it. For the first time, he feels what the Stoics called ataraxia, a calm mind that cannot be disturbed by circumstance. It is not indifference, it is clarity. It is the understanding that the universe will move with or without his permission, and that the only true mastery lies in his own response to it. Outside, a car passes slowly down the street. The sound is distant but steady, fading into the soft hum of the night. He notices it, feels its echo, and lets it go. No judgment, no story, just a moment passing through awareness. The narrator's voice returns, low and reflective. Freedom, it says, is not about getting what you want. It is about knowing that nothing outside of you can take away what matters most, the peace you create within. The candle on the table flickers again, and he smiles faintly. The light bends, but does not go out. The flame dances, alive and patient, like a reminder that fragility can still hold strength. He realizes how much of life he has lived reacting, chasing after control, confusing speed with purpose, mistaking resistance for strength. But in this quiet moment, he sees that the real power lies not in doing more, but in pausing long enough to see clearly. Every pause is a return to the self. Every breath is a reminder that there is always space between thought and action, between pain and peace. The voice fades into a soft rhythm, almost like breathing. "Do not rush," it whispers. "Do not fight what comes. Let the moment arrive. Let it speak. And when it is ready, let it leave." He closes his eyes. The candle still burns behind them. The world still moves. But inside that movement, there is a still point, steady, aware, free. And in that still point, he finally understands. It was never about controlling the wind. It was about learning how to let the flames stand tall, even when the wind blows. He breathes once more, slow and full. The air tastes lighter. The silence feels alive. The distance between him and the world no longer feels like separation. It feels like understanding. Somewhere deep within that space of response, he finds not detachment, but connection. Not emptiness, but peace. The candle still burns softly. Its light has steadied now, calm after the wind. The room feels wider, and so does the space within him. There is stillness, But it is not empty. It is alive, full of quiet observation. In that stillness, he begins to notice something new. It is not only thoughts that disturb the mind, but the stories those thoughts create. Every experience, every word, every disappointment becomes colored by the meanings we attach to it. The Stoics called this illusion phantasia, the mistaken perception of what is. Modern psychology calls it reframing, the act of seeing the same event from a different lens. But the truth beneath both ideas is ancient. Life itself is neutral. It is our interpretation that gives it joy or pain. The narrator's voice returns, smooth and thoughtful. There is a difference between the story and the fact. Learn to see the fact. He repeats those words silently to himself. See not the story, but the fact. He looks around the room again. The lamp on the table, the soft curtain, the distant hum of a city breathing in its sleep. Everything is as it is. No drama, no meaning layered upon it. Just what exists. Simple, uncomplicated. This, he realizes, is how peace begins, not by changing the world, but by seeing it without distortion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your judgment about it." The emperor's wisdom feels almost impossibly modern, echoing what every therapist, monk, and philosopher since has tried to say. The world does not hurt us. Our thoughts about the world do. He closes his eyes and lets a memory surface. A moment from years ago, a conversation that ended badly. Words said in anger. A friendship that dissolved in silence. For years, he carried that wound as a symbol of betrayal. But now, as he breathes into the memory, he tries to separate the story from the fact. The fact is simple. Two people spoke. Emotions rose, silence followed. The story is what came after. He did not care. I was not enough. It should not have happened this way. The story hurts. The fact does not. He understands now that his suffering had little to do with the moment itself, and everything to do with the meaning he gave it. The event had passed long ago, but the story, his own interpretation, had kept it alive. The voice continues, slow and gentle. Nothing outside you has power unless you let it in. The line feels both humbling and liberating. For so long, he had given power to things beyond his control, to people's words, to expectations, to outcomes that never unfolded as planned. But every time he believed a story that said, "This means I have failed," he handed over a piece of his peace. Reframing, he realizes, is not denial. It is clarity. It does not erase the pain, but reveals its true source, like wiping fog from a mirror. It does not change the reflection. It simply lets you see what was always there. He imagines a mirror fogged by steam. For a moment, the reflection is distorted, unclear. We might think we have disappeared, but with a single gentle wipe, the image returns. The truth was never gone. It was only hidden. The Stoics understood that the mind often clouds reality with judgments. They practiced something called objective representation, the art of describing things without adding emotion. Not, "He betrayed me," but "He chose something else." Not, "This is terrible," but "This is happening." The difference is small in words, but vast in feeling. It is the difference between drowning and floating, between reacting and understanding, he takes another breath. When life feels heavy, it is rarely the moment itself that weighs us down. It is the meaning we have attached to it, the story that repeats long after the moment is gone. He remembers the candle again, how it wavered when the wind blew, not because the air was cruel, but because that is what air does. The candle never took it personally. It simply waited for stillness and continued to shine. That, he realizes, is how he must live, with the same quiet acceptance, to stop expecting the world to move without friction, to see things as they are, not as he wishes them to be. Marcus wrote, objective judgment, now, at this very moment, unselfish action, now, willing acceptance, now, of all external events. The trinity of a Stoic life: judgment, action, acceptance. It is not about removing feeling, but refining perception. He opens his eyes. The room looks the same, yet different. The light is softer, the air clearer. The world has not changed, but his way of seeing it has. He thinks about all the times he told himself stories of failure, stories of not being enough, of losing control. And for the first time, he sees those thoughts for what they were: stories, not truth. The facts beneath them were often simple, quiet, and kind. There is freedom in this. The freedom to see clearly, the freedom to breathe again, the freedom to let the fog lift without forcing it away. He lets a faint smile form as he repeats to himself, almost like a mantra, see not the story, but the fact. The narrator's voice fades, barely audible now. When you learn to see the fact, it says, you begin to live in reality, not reaction. And in reality, life is always softer than the stories we tell. The mirror is clear again. The candlelight reflects without distortion. And in that reflection, he finally sees not what he imagined, not what he feared, but simply what is. Still, quiet, whole. The mirror is clear now. The fog that once hid his reflection has faded, and what remains is simple and true. He sees not perfection, not certainty, but a quiet honesty, a face that belongs to the moment, to no one else. The act of seeing has changed something deep within him. It is not the world that has grown softer. It is his perception that has become still. He sits there for a while, letting that stillness settle. The candle flickers in the corner, its flame no longer trembling. Outside, the night breathes with a quiet rhythm, the sound of distant cars, the soft hum of air. Nothing calls for his attention. Nothing needs to be fixed. The mind, once desperate to control, now rests in observation. This is the quiet that comes after understanding. It does not shout or announce itself. It simply arrives, like light filling a room that has always been waiting. The narrator's voice returns, barely above a whisper. When you see clearly, it says, the world becomes silent. The words linger in the air, suspended like a note that refuses to fade. Silence, he realizes, is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of conflict. It is the place where everything is allowed to exist exactly as it is. For the first time, he feels the weight of nothing. Not emptiness, but freedom. The kind of weightlessness that comes when you stop resisting what already is. He recalls what Marcus Aurelius once wrote, accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. The Stoic emperor was not asking for blind obedience to life. He was describing harmony, the art of living in rhythm with the world rather than in opposition to it. Understanding is not intellectual. It is not born in thought. It is born in surrender. He closes his eyes and listens. The sound of his breathing blends with the air. Each inhale is life entering, each exhale, life leaving. And yet, nothing truly departs. The air continues, the rhythm continues, the world continues. To understand, he thinks, is to join that rhythm. The narrator pauses. 5 seconds of silence stretch long and wide, as if time itself has slowed. The silence does not feel empty. It feels alive, filled with presence, with something deeper than words. In this pause, understanding begins to bloom, not through more answers, but through the disappearance of questions. He sees how every reaction, every attempt to control, came from the same misunderstanding that he was separate from the flow of life. But now, in the quiet of this moment, he feels himself return to that flow. Marcus spoke of this kind of peace as apatheia, not indifference, but serenity born from wisdom. It is the clarity that comes when emotion is seen, acknowledged, and allowed to pass. He imagines a river again, slow and wide beneath a pale sky. The water knows where it is going. It does not argue with the stones or resist the bends. It does not try to be faster than the current. It moves as it must. To understand himself, he realizes, is to understand like the river does. To know the boundaries and the depths, to flow around what cannot be changed, and to carry on without bitterness. The voice returns, softer now, like the sound of wind moving through trees. To understand yourself, it says, is to know that you are both the water and the bed it runs through. The movement and the stillness, the thought and the awareness, watching it. He smiles faintly. It is not a smile of achievement, but of ease. There is nothing left to chase. He opens his eyes again. The world looks familiar, yet entirely new. The small lamp still glows, the candle still burns, the night still hums. Nothing extraordinary has happened, and yet everything has changed. It is as if he has learned a new way of seeing, a way that does not cling or reject, does not label or divide. He sees what is before him, and that is enough. Marcus once wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." And now, that truth feels deeper than a simple moral. The quality of thought is not about positivity or control. It is about stillness, about allowing the mind to reflect reality without distortion, like clear water reflecting the sky. He imagines his own mind as that water. For years, he stirred it with fear, doubt, and resistance. But now, as it settles, it begins to reflect life as it truly is, simple, fluid, whole. This understanding does not bring euphoria, it brings peace, a peace that is almost invisible, but steady, the kind that stays even when the world moves again. The narrator gives one final pause, letting the listener rest in that silence. The stillness feels like a soft tide drawing back, leaving only the gentle trace of its presence. To understand yourself, the voice murmurs, is to flow as life flows. You do not need to fight the current. You only need to see where you are and move with it. He exhales slowly, his body sinking deeper into calm. The river within him flows quietly, effortlessly. The light of the candle catches his eye again. It no longer flickers. Understanding, he thinks, is not about answers. It is about stillness. When you stop asking why and start seeing what is, the world finally stops shouting. He sits for another moment, doing nothing. There is no goal now, no next step, just presence. The night grows deeper, the air cooler, the silence thicker. Yet he does not feel alone. There is a presence in this quiet, a sense of being connected to something vast, patient, and kind. He breathes in that silence and lets it fill him. The candle burns low, its flame soft but unwavering. And as he watches it, he understands what a narrator meant. When you see clearly, the world becomes silent. Because the truth, when finally seen, has no need for words. It simply is. The silence from before lingers, soft and alive. It feels different now, no longer empty, but full of something tender and real. The quiet of understanding has settled into him, not as an idea, but as a rhythm. And in that rhythm, he begins to notice the world again. The same candle flickers, the same night hums, yet everything has shifted. Change has arrived, quietly, as it always does. He realizes that even peace is not permanent. It breathes, expands, fades, and returns, just like the tide, just like everything else in life. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." It is a thought that would have comforted him long ago. But tonight, it feels like a truth finally understood. The voice returns, warm and steady, like the memory of someone who has walked this road before. Everything flows, it says. Everything moves. Outside, the faint sound of wind brushes through the trees. The world is never still, not even for a second. Yet the movement no longer feels threatening. It feels like life itself, breathing. He imagines a river in late autumn, winding through a valley of quiet hills. The trees lean over the water, their leaves loosening one by one. Some fall gently, others cling for a moment longer before letting go. The river accepts them all, those that fall early, those that wait, those that sink quickly beneath the surface. No man ever steps in the same river twice. Heraclitus said that, centuries before Marcus Aurelius would write his meditations. Two men, separated by time, yet united by the same understanding. The nature of the world is change, and to fight it is to fight the flow of life itself. He watches the river in his mind. The water glimmers under the fading light. Each leaf spins as it falls, dances for a moment, and disappears. The river never complains. It does not cling to what it carries. It does not stop for what it loses. It just moves, always towards something unseen. The narrator speaks again, slower this time, as if matching the pace of the current. Change is not your enemy, it says. It is the quiet pulse of existence. He breathes deeply, letting that truth settle. For years, he had tried to hold on to people, to dreams, to moments that were never meant to stay. He had called it love, called it effort, called it meaning. But beneath it all, there had always been fear, the fear that once things changed, something essential in him would be lost. Now he sees how mistaken that was. The Stoics believed that everything is borrowed from nature: our bodies, our time, our possessions, even our relationships. To live wisely is to love them fully while knowing they do not belong to us. Marcus wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." The river shows him how each drop of water once belonged to a cloud, to rain, to mist, to sea. Each is part of a cycle so vast that the mind cannot hold it. The leaf that falls today will feed the soil tomorrow. The water that rushes away will someday return as snow, as dew, as fog. Everything flows, everything changes form, but nothing is truly lost. He looks back at his own life, the moments that felt permanent once, the faces, the laughter, the hands he held. They come and go in memory like drifting leaves. Once, he had tried to hold them, to preserve their color, their warmth. But now he realizes they never needed to stay. Their purpose was never permanence, but presence. Change is not a loss of beauty. It is its very source. A flower's bloom matters because it fades. A sunset moves us because it ends. Even love becomes real because it cannot last forever. He feels a kind of ache as this truth unfolds, but it is not pain. It is tenderness, the kind that comes when the heart opens, not closes. Outside, he imagines the night deepening. The wind picks up, scattering more leaves into the river. The surface ripples, catches the light, and moves on. The voice returns, gentler now, like a lullaby. Do not fear the passing of things. It says, they are not leaving you. They are returning to where they came from. You are not losing. You are being carried along the same current. He takes another breath. The air feels cool, alive, filled with movement. Every inhale is a beginning, every exhale a letting go. The body itself is a rhythm of change. Cells die, cells renew. The heart beats, rests, beats again. Nothing in him is fixed, not even the self he once tried to define. To resist change, he sees now, is to resist life itself. He remembers the teaching of the Buddha, though the voice of the Stoics echoes within it. Everything that arises must pass. This is not tragedy. It is balance. Marcus knew it too. In his meditations, he wrote, "Observe constantly that all things take place by change, and accustom yourself to consider that the nature of the universe loves nothing so much as to change the things which are and to make new things like them. The river, the leaves, the breath, all of it is the universe remaking itself, moment by moment." He closes his eyes again and imagines himself standing at the edge of that river. The water brushes against his feet, cold and alive. He bends down, touches it, and feels time flowing through his hands. He cannot hold it. He can only feel it. That, he realizes, is enough. He whispers to himself, barely audible, "Everything flows." It feels like a prayer, not a request, but a recognition. The night grows quieter, though the world continues to move. The candle flickers again, its flame rising and falling like the breath of the universe. Change no longer frightens him. It feels natural, inevitable, and kind. He understands now that to live is to move, to lose, to begin again, to flow, not to freeze, to trust that whatever is taken will return in another form. The narrator's final words drift through the silence. When you understand that everything flows, you stop grasping at the shore. You learn to float. You learn to move with life, not against it. He breathes one last time, slow and deep. The river inside him flows gently, endlessly, without resistance. And as he lets go, he feels the simplest kind of peace, the kind that comes not from holding on, but from finally allowing himself to drift with the current of change. Autumn deepens. The river still flows beneath the pale sky, carrying with it the soft sound of leaves meeting water. Each one falls differently. Some drift slowly, turning in the wind, while others drop quickly, surrendering to the current without resistance. Yet no leaf falls in vain. Each descent feels like a lesson written in silence. Everything that lives must also learn how to let go. He watches this scene unfold in his mind, a quiet landscape of gold and motion. The air feels colder now, and the world seems slower, softer. There is beauty in this stillness, but also a tenderness that aches. It is not sadness exactly, but something close, an ache that understands. Change, he realizes, always carries a trace of grief, even when we accept it, even when we know it is natural. The heart still trembles a little when things fade, but this grief is not cruel. It is gentle, like the hand of time resting on the shoulder of life, reminding it to keep moving. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Everything is only for a day, both that which remembers and that which is remembered." To him, this was not a lament, but an act of liberation. The Stoics saw impermanence as a kind of mercy, a reminder that everything we love, everything we lose, was never ours to own. The voice of the narrator returns, warm but distant, carrying both kindness and truth. To love something, it says, is to accept its ending. The words fall softly, like the leaves themselves. He lets them sink in. Love, when stripped of possession, becomes something purer. It no longer demands. It no longer clings. It simply allows. To love deeply is to know that all things pass, and to love anyway. He remembers holding a leaf once as a child, marveling at its color before it turned to dust. He had wanted it to stay perfect, unchanging, eternal, but it didn't. The air grew cold, and the leaf browned, and finally, it broke. Even then, he had felt a strange sense of peace, though he couldn't name it then. Now, years later, he understands. Beauty is not in what remains, but in the courage to cherish what must go. Everything we have is borrowed. The Stoics believe that nothing truly belongs to us. Not our possessions, not our bodies, not even the people we love. Everything is on loan from the universe, to be held lightly and returned with grace. Seneca once wrote, "He who has learned how to die has unlearned how to be a slave." Death, in this sense, is not just the end of life, but the end of attachment, the freedom that comes when we stop clinging to what must change. He breathes in deeply. The air tastes different now, cooler, quieter, filled with the scent of earth and passing time. He pictures himself standing by the river again, holding a single leaf in his hand. The veins are delicate, the color deep and warm. He knows it will soon fall, that he cannot stop it. But for now, it is here. For now, it is enough. To let go is not to stop caring. It is to care without fear. To let go is not to forget. It is to remember with gratitude instead of pain. The narrator's voice continues, slower now, each word carefully spaced, giving the listener time to breathe. When we lose, we think something has been taken, but the universe does not take. It only transforms. He feels those words settle in his chest. How many times had he mistaken transformation for loss? The job that ended, the love that changed, the youth that faded, all of them had made space for something new to grow. But in the moment, all he had seen was what was leaving. It is human to grieve. The Stoics never denied this. Even Marcus, emperor and philosopher, wrote of sorrow and fear. But they taught that grief need not consume us. Grief without despair, that is the art of living wisely. He looks at the leaf again. It has fallen now, resting gently on the surface of the river. The current carries it away without struggle. He feels a faint ache watching it go. But the ache is beautiful. It means he has loved something enough to feel its absence. To love something is to accept its ending. The voice repeats, quieter this time, fading into the sound of moving water. He lets his mind drift to the people he has loved, the moments that shaped him. Some have stayed, many have gone. But they are all here in some way, echoes in his memory, fragments in his breath. He realizes that letting go does not erase what was real. It honors it. In the teachings of Buddhism, impermanence, anicca, is not tragedy but truth. To resist it is to suffer. To embrace it is to awaken. The Stoics knew the same truth by another name, amor fati, to love one's fate. To say yes to the unfolding of life, even when it means saying goodbye. He looks again at the river of his imagination. It moves endlessly, taking everything with it, yet nothing in it feels lost. The leaves become water, the water becomes mist, the mist becomes rain. Everything changes, but everything continues. That is the secret. He realizes the world never truly takes anything away. It only changes its shape. The voice grows softer still, almost blending with the rhythm of the night. When you can let go gently, it says, you begin to live lightly. You stop grasping at moments that cannot stay. You stop fearing the wind that carries them away. He closes his eyes. His breath aligns with the rhythm of the imagined river. Each inhale feels like the tide coming in. Each exhale, the tide returning to sea. Loss no longer feels like emptiness. It feels like flow. Grief no longer feels heavy. It feels like love wearing a different face. Outside, the night deepens. The air cools. Somewhere, a leaf falls from a tree. It lands softly, without sound, joining countless others in their quiet journey downstream. He lets himself follow it in thought, carried by the same invisible current, until all that remains is the motion, the simple, endless motion of letting go. The voice fades with one final whisper, tender and sure. Everything you hold, hold gently. Everything you love, love freely. And when it is time, let it go softly, like a leaf learning how to fall. Night drifts onward. The sound of the river fades into a hush that feels endless, as if even time itself has slowed to listen. Somewhere in that quiet, a truth begins to take shape, softly, without resistance. He can still see the image of the leaf floating downstream, carried gently by the water's hand. There is no struggle in its movement. no tragedy in its letting go. Just rhythm, just flow. The same rhythm he now feels within himself. Change no longer feels like something to endure. It feels like the natural breath of existence. Inhale and exhale, coming and going, beginning and ending. The narrator's voice lowers, warm as dusk. Everything is changing. Nothing is mine to keep. The words echo through the stillness, not as sorrow, but as release. They do not ask for understanding. They ask for acceptance. He takes a slow breath and lets it linger. The truth of those words settles deep in his chest. Nothing is mine to keep. Not the moments, not the people, not even this body that carries me. And yet, in that realization, something expands rather than contracts. The heart opens, the fear softens. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Accept what is given, not as loss, but as life's rhythm." The Stoics never meant to erase emotion. They meant to teach harmony, to live with the beat of the universe rather than against it. He understands now what that means. When you fight change, life feels violent. But when you listen, when you move with it, even endings become music. He looks inward, tracing the moments of his own life, the friends who drifted away, the dreams that changed shape, the faces that once felt eternal but now live only in memory. Each one has left something behind, a trace, a lesson, a warmth. Even absence has its texture, its quiet beauty. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is truly gone. Stillness begins to fill him, not the stillness of being frozen, but of being carried, like water that no longer resists its own flow, like the leaf that trusts the river to take it somewhere new. He begins to see that peace is not the end of movement, it is the grace within it. The narrator pauses for a moment, letting silence bloom. That silence feels sacred, like the pause between heartbeats or the breath that comes before dawn. It is not emptiness, it is fullness without tension. He hears the faint hum of his own breathing. Each inhale brings the world closer, each exhale lets it go. And somewhere between the two, he finds the space where stillness lives. Marcus spoke often of this kind of peace, the kind that is not built on control, but on surrender. "Everything harmonizes with me, which is harmonious to thee, O universe," he wrote. It is a statement of belonging, of trust, the same trust that allows a river to reach the sea, or a flame to fade without fear of darkness. He smiles faintly. He has spent most of his life chasing permanence, building walls around what he loved, trying to preserve what was never meant to last. And now, here, in this quiet, he finally understands nothing lasts, and that is why everything matters. Change is not the opposite of stillness. It is the movement that reveals it. Just as a song's beauty depends on both sound and silence, life's beauty depends on both birth and decay. Outside, he imagines the last leaves of autumn falling through the air. The trees stand bare now, stripped down to their truth. And yet, they do not despair. They know spring will return. They know that every loss is part of a larger balance. He whispers to himself, "Nothing is mine to keep." The words no longer sting. They comfort. They feel like truth spoken by something ancient and kind. He closes his eyes and lets his breath deepen. The air moves in and out without effort. The world moves with it. He feels part of that rhythm now, the rhythm of rising and falling, of becoming and releasing. Stillness does not mean holding still. It means being present in motion. It means allowing life to unfold without demanding it to stay. In this state, even grief transforms. The ache remains, but it softens, becoming gratitude. Gratitude for what was, for what will be, for the simple privilege of existing between the two. The narrator returns, voice hushed as moonlight. When you stop clinging, it says, you begin to rest. And when you rest in the truth of impermanence, nothing can be taken from you because you no longer need to keep. He breathes out slowly, and it feels like the first true exhale of his life. No more resistance, no more fighting against what already is. Everything is changing, and somehow that is okay. He pictures the river once more, moving endlessly through its winding path. The water glows faintly under the moon. Every ripple catches the light, then disappears. Every sound rises and fades into silence. And yet, through all its movement, something remains, the river itself. That is what he has become, the current of his own life, forever shifting, yet still whole. Marcus's words return, whispering through memory. Accept what is given, not as loss, but as life's rhythm. He lets them echo, slow and steady, until they blend with his breath. Outside, the night grows deeper. The music that once filled the room fades into quiet. The candle burns low, its flame a single steady glow. He feels himself dissolving into the rhythm of everything, of time, of breath, of life endlessly remaking itself. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to chase, only stillness, only flow, only peace. And as he drifts towards sleep, his final thought feels weightless, like a whisper carried by the wind. Everything is changing, nothing is mine to keep, and in that truth, I am free. Morning does not arrive all at once. It seeps in slowly, like a sigh. After a long night of reflection, the first light begins to touch the edges of thought. The stillness remains, but it feels lighter now, less like an ending and more like a beginning. Everything is changing. Nothing is mine to keep. The words linger from before, echoing softly in the mind. They are no longer reminders of loss. They are invitations to flow. But as the light deepens, another feeling begins to stir. Resistance. The quiet truth of impermanence is easy to accept when spoken softly in the dark. Yet in the light of day, when memories return, when the past pulls at the edges of the heart, it becomes harder to let go. This is where the real practice begins. He feels it now, the invisible weight of holding on, not in his hands, but in his chest, where the heart still clings to what once was. The Stoics called this resistance the root of suffering. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment. Pain," they taught, "is not in the event, but in the resistance to what is." He imagined someone standing in a river, both hands gripping a heavy stone. The current tugs at their body, urging them forward, but they refuse to move. They fight the water, fight the pull, fight the truth that movement is natural. Their arms tremble, their breath grows shallow. And yet, the more they resist, the heavier the stone becomes. Resistance is pain. The narrator's voice returns, calm and measured, like the flow of the river itself. When you stop resisting, it says, life carries you. The words fall like drops of rain on still water. He lets that image stay. The stone, the current, the struggle. It feels painfully familiar. For years, he had tried to control life, to hold on to moments that were never meant to last. He had believed that to love meant to preserve, to protect, to fight against the inevitability of loss. But now he sees that clinging was never an act of love. It was an act of fear. Real love, he realizes, is like water. It gives, it adapts, it flows, it does not grasp. He breathes in deeply, letting the air expand in his chest. With each exhale, something small releases. A memory, a regret, a name. Not gone, but loosened. Acceptance is not a single act. It is a slow, deliberate unfolding. It is learning to open the hand that has been clenched for too long. He remembers a line from Epictetus. Don't seek for everything to happen as you wish it would, but rather wish that everything happens as it actually will. And then your life will flow well. It sounds simple, almost too simple, but within it lies the freedom he has been searching for. Flow with what is, not with what was. The voice guides him further, softer now. Notice how your mind tries to hold on. It says, notice the places where you resist, the moments when you say, this should not have happened. That is the weight you carry. That is the stone. He closes his eyes and feels it. The tension in the shoulders, the tightness in the jaw, the quiet ache behind every memory of what could have been different. Each one is a stone, but something else is here too. The river beneath it all, the current of life that continues, unbothered by the struggle. It doesn't demand surrender. It simply waits. Letting go is not about forgetting. It is about remembering differently. It is about looking at the stone in your hands and seeing that it was never meant to be carried forever. He takes another breath. The sound of the river grows louder in his mind, not rushing, but steady. He imagines releasing the stone. For a moment, it hesitates in his palms, then falls away, breaking the surface with a soft splash. The water swallows it gently, carrying it somewhere unseen. Instantly, his body feels lighter. His breath deepens. The current catches him, lifting him ever so slightly, and for the first time in a long while, he stops fighting. Marcus wrote, receive without pride, let go without attachment. He whispers those words now, not as instruction, but as prayer, resistance. He understands. Is the illusion of control, the belief that life can be held in place by the force of our will. But life is not a fixed shape. It is movement, transformation, and rhythm. To resist that is to suffer. To move with it is to be free. Outside, he imagines the morning sunlight filtering through the trees. Dust floats in the beams of light, each particle turning, glowing, disappearing. The world looks still, but everything within it is moving, subtly, beautifully, eternally. The narrator speaks again, almost as if answering his thoughts. Acceptance is not defeat. It is grace in motion. He lets those words fill him. Grace in motion, the act of living without resistance, the art of trusting that life knows what it is doing. He recalls the moments he once called mistakes, And now he sees them differently, not as detours, but as rivers meeting other rivers, flowing toward the same sea. Every heartbreak, every ending, every uncertain turn was part of the same current that brought him here. He feels his breath slow, his pulse softens. The muscles in his body begin to release their quiet grip. This is what it means to stop resisting, not to give up, but to stop fighting the truth that everything moves. To accept life is not to be passive. It is to participate fully in its rhythm, without demanding that it change its tune. The river continues to carry him. The light shimmers across the surface, and for the first time, he does not try to steer. He just lets it be. When you stop resisting, the voice repeats, life carries you. He smiles faintly, because now he understands. It always has. The stone has fallen from his hands, and the river carries it away. For a long moment, he watches the ripples widen, fade, and disappear into still water. What remains is not emptiness, but space, a quiet openness that feels both fragile and eternal. In that space, a new kind of peace begins to form. Letting go, he realizes, is not a single act. It is a rhythm, an inhale, an exhale, repeated over and over until the body remembers what the mind has forgotten. It is not a one-time surrender, but a continual return. The narrator's voice drifts softly through the air like a breath on glass. Breathe in, it says, and know that this moment is enough. Breathe out, it whispers, and let it be. The words move like waves, gentle, repetitive, timeless. He closes his eyes. The breath comes slowly, deep from the center of the body. With each inhale, he feels the world arrive, the air, the sound of unseen life, the pulse of the earth beneath him. With each exhale, he releases what was never meant to stay: worry, memory, expectation. This moment is enough. I let it be. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Whatever happens to you has been waiting to happen since the beginning of time." To resist life, then, is to resist the unfolding of eternity itself. To surrender is to return to harmony with that unfolding, to let life breathe through you, rather than trying to breathe against it. He imagines himself lying in a wide field. The wind moves through the grass, soft and invisible. It touches everything, but keeps nothing. The blades bend, then rise again. Nothing in nature resists the wind, and that is why nothing breaks. He feels the air move against his skin, slow and cool. This, he realizes, is what surrender feels like. Not collapse, but openness. It is the gentle strength of something that no longer needs to fight. The voice continues, its tone low and steady, almost like a heartbeat. Surrender is not weakness, it is trust. It is remembering that you are not separate from what moves you. He lets those words settle. For so long, he believed that control was the source of strength, the ability to shape life, to command it, to make it obey. But control is heavy. It is the hand that grips the stone long after the river has already decided where to flow. Surrender, on the other hand, is light. It asks for no power, only presence. He breathes again, slow and deliberate. Inhale, this moment is enough. Exhale, I let it be. The rhythm becomes his anchor. Outside, he imagines the morning wind brushing over a vast field. It passes silently through the tall grass, leaving no mark, no trace. The grass sways, but does not resist. It does not demand that the wind slow down. nor does it wish to keep it. It simply moves and then stands again. That is what it means to surrender, to move, to yield, and to rise again, unchanged at the core. The Stoics, though often misunderstood as cold or detached, spoke deeply of this kind of surrender. They called it amor fati, the love of fate. Not just acceptance, but love for whatever arrives. Marcus wrote, "A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it." To live this way is to trust that even pain, even loss, even uncertainty are not interruptions of life. They are part of its design. The narrator's voice fades slightly, leaving space for breath. The silence that follows is soft, not empty. It feels like a held note in a song that never truly ends. He lets his breathing guide him deeper into stillness. Every inhale draws in the world. Every exhale releases his grip on it. Inhale, the cool air of morning. Exhale, the warmth of yesterday. Inhale, what is. Exhale, what was. Life moves through him as naturally as wind through the trees. He remembers a phrase from Lao Tzu, "Be like water, do not contend." Even across cultures and centuries, the wisdom is the same. Water surrenders, and because of that, it endures. To surrender, then, is not to lose. It is to align. It is to fall into rhythm with what has always been. He opens his eyes and looks toward the window. The light has changed again, as it always does. Shadows move quietly across the walls. Nothing in the room is the same as it was a moment ago, and yet it all feels perfectly right. He realizes that surrender is not an act you perform once and finish. It is something you live, moment by moment, breath by breath. Every time you soften your grip on the world, you return to it more fully. The voice returns, calm and grounding. Let your breath be your prayer, it says. Let each inhale remind you that life is already enough. Let each exhale remind you that you do not need to hold it. He follows the rhythm again. Inhale. Exhale. The sound of air becomes music, the kind that does not need words. In his mind, he sees the wind move again through the fields, gentle, endless, leaving no footprints. The grass bends, the clouds drift, the light shifts. Nothing stays, and yet everything belongs. He feels that truth within him now, as clear as breath itself. Life was never meant to be gripped. It was meant to be felt. To surrender is to trust a flow that carries all things forward, to see that there is no separation between yourself and the wind, between your life and the movement of the world. The voice speaks once more, almost as a whisper. This moment is enough. A pause. I let it be. The words dissolve into silence, but their rhythm remains. He continues to breathe, slowly, gently, as the world moves around him. And for the first time, he does not need to do anything more, because now he knows surrender is not the end of effort. It is the beginning of peace. The rhythm of the breath continues, slow, steady, infinite. The last whisper of the meditation still echoes faintly. This moment is enough. I let it be. Somewhere between those words, a realization unfolds like dawn touching the horizon. Surrender, he understands now, is not only for life itself, it is also for love. For so long, he had confused love with holding on, believing that to keep something close, he must grip it tightly, that to lose what he loved was to lose a part of himself. But in this quiet space, where breath and awareness move together, he begins to see how mistaken that was. True love, he realizes, is not possession, it is presence. The narrator's voice returns, calm and slow, like sunlight spreading over a still ocean. True love exists only where freedom breathes. He lets those words sink in. Freedom and love, two forces that have always seemed opposed. But in truth, they are one and the same. Love without freedom becomes control. Freedom without love becomes distance. But when they meet, something sacred appears. Affection without demand, closeness without fear, connection without cages. He imagines the sun rising. It touches the trees, the rivers, the faces of strangers, the walls of forgotten homes. It warms everything, yet holds nothing. It gives without asking. It shines without claiming. That, he thinks, is what love should be. The Stoics, too, spoke of this kind of love. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." Love, for Marcus, was not an ownership of others, but a reverence for the shared miracle of being alive at the same moment in time. He breathes in softly. The air feels warm, like sunlight itself. In the past, love had been an ache, a reaching, a need, a constant grasping for certainty. He wanted to know, to keep, to define. But what he called love was often fear in disguise, the fear of impermanence, the fear of being forgotten. Now, as he exhales, that need begins to fade. Love feels lighter, cleaner. It no longer demands to be returned. It simply moves outward, like light. He remembers Epictetus's wisdom. Never say of anything, "I have lost it," but only, "I have returned it." The same is true of love. When we love without owning, even parting does not feel like loss. It feels like the gentle return of something borrowed. He thinks of the people who once filled his world, the ones he called his, the ones who shaped him, the ones who left. Each love had left a trace, a warmth that still glows somewhere in the quiet parts of memory. None of them truly belong to him, and yet each one remains not as possession, but as presence. Love, he realizes, is not something we have. It is something we are. The voice grows softer now, its rhythm like the sea at dusk. To love without owning, it says, is to let your heart move as the sun moves, giving light, but never clinging to what it touches. He imagines that light again, passing gently across the earth. It touches the sea, the mountains, the leaves, the skin of sleeping children. And when the day ends, the light does not grieve the horizon. It knows that night, too, is part of its journey. This, he realizes, is what it means to love while letting go. To love, even knowing it will end. To give warmth, even when no one stays to thank you. To shine, even when no one looks back. That is love at its most honest, an act of giving without fear of fading. He recalls another line from Marcus. What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bee. Love that clings only to one person, one outcome, one possession, eventually loses its nature. But love that flows freely, like sunlight, like air, nourishes all things, including the one who gives it. He sits quietly, eyes closed, breathing with the rhythm of that truth. Every inhale feels like receiving. Every exhale feels like giving back. The two become indistinguishable. He imagines standing once more in the open field from before. The same wind moving through the tall grass. The wind does not choose what to touch. It flows where it will, caressing everything with the same soft presence. That is love too, an invisible grace moving through the world, asking for nothing, leaving warmth behind. He thinks of all the times he loved with fear, with the question, will it last? And smiles softly now at the tenderness of his own humanity. To love is to risk, but to cling is to suffer. And yet, every soul must learn this truth in its own time. The narrator's voice grows quieter, almost intimate. Love cannot live where there is control. It withers in the grasp of possession. But in the open air of freedom, it grows wild and infinite. He breathes those words in. Inhale, the warmth of connection. Exhale, the freedom of release. And with each breath, he feels his heart expand, no longer confined to one person, one memory, one dream. It beats in rhythm with everything around him, the river, the air, the trees, the soft pulse of the world itself. Love, he realizes, is not a contract. It is a current. It flows through us, changes us, and moves on. And that movement is its beauty. The music in the background begins to fade, slow and deep, like twilight melting into night. The last light of the sun sinks below the horizon. The air cools. Everything feels wide and open again. The voice returns one last time, steady and kind. You have to love while letting go. The words settle in his chest like a heartbeat. He understands now that love's purpose was never to stay. It was to awaken him to the wholeness that was always there. As the music dissolves into silence, he feels no loss, only stillness. The stillness of a heart that has learned how to give without fear, how to love without owning, and how to rest in the gentle, eternal flow of life itself. The night that began with restlessness has softened into calm. The long storm of thoughts, fears, and attachments has passed, leaving behind a still, open space. The air feels lighter now, rinsed of noise and weight. Every lesson, the river of change, the practice of surrender, the love that lets go, has led here to this moment of quiet. What remains is not emptiness, but clarity, like the sky after rain. He breathes in deeply, and the air feels new, cool, clean, untouched. Freedom, he realizes, does not come from winning or overcoming. It comes from releasing the need to fight at all. It comes from standing still after the storm and feeling the world hold you again. Dawn begins to rise. The sky turns from gray to pale gold, and the last drops of rain slide off the window like tears that have finally finished their work. The world is quiet, not because nothing is happening, but because everything has found its rhythm again. The narrator's voice returns, soft but steady. When you stop fighting life, it starts to hold you. The words feel like warmth spreading through cold hands. For years, he had thought freedom meant control, the ability to make things go his way, to master every circumstance. But that kind of control had never brought peace. It had only tightened the knots of fear and expectation. Now, standing in this new morning, he feels something different. The quiet freedom that comes from surrender. The realization that peace begins. As Epictetus said, when you stop trying to control what you can't. He looks out at the horizon. The world is glistening, alive with light that seems to come not only from the sun, but from within everything it touches. The trees shimmer. The grass bends gently under the weight of dew. The light does not rush. It does not demand. It simply returns, filling every corner with calm. That is what freedom feels like. Not the shout of victory, but the sigh of acceptance. He thinks of Marcus Aurelius again. If you are pained by external things, it is not they that disturb you, but your judgment of them. The emperor had known that the deepest form of strength is not in resistance, but in perspective, in choosing peace when the world offers chaos. He closes his eyes and listens to the rhythm of his breath. Each inhale feels like the world entering. Each exhale feels like release. The storm that once raged in his thoughts has turned into a gentle breeze moving through his chest. The narrator's voice slows, matching the rhythm of his breathing. Freedom, it says, is not in conquering the storm. It is in learning to stand in the rain without fear. He imagines walking barefoot through the wet grass outside. The earth feels soft, forgiving. Every step leaves a mark that the rain quickly erases. The wind carries the scent of renewal, of beginnings. Nothing in this moment asks for effort. Everything simply is. For the first time, he feels held, not by anyone, not by anything, but by life itself. The Stoics believed that nature was not an enemy to be mastered, but a teacher to be followed. To live according to nature was to live in harmony with what is real, to trust the flow of time, the rise and fall of circumstance, the dance between joy and loss. He understands that now. Freedom is not escape, it is alignment. He remembers a line from Seneca, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And yet, self-mastery is not domination. It is awareness. It is the quiet ability to see one's own emotions without drowning in them. It is the courage to stand in uncertainty without needing it to resolve. He looks again at the soft morning light spilling across the room. It touches everything equally. The table, the empty cup, the walls marked with shadows. Light doesn't choose. It simply shines. Perhaps peace is the same. It does not arrive through choice or effort, but through allowing. When we stop fighting the weather of life, the light returns on its own. He breathes again, slowly. The air feels lighter now, as if it no longer belongs to him, but to everything. He realizes that what he had been seeking all along was never outside. It was this: the quiet permission to stop fixing, to stop striving, to stop chasing meaning long enough to feel it already here. The narrator's tone deepens, wrapping around the listener like a gentle embrace. When you stop fighting life, it says again, it starts to hold you. The words feel alive, like truth spoken by something ancient. He remembers the storm from before, the chaos of thoughts, the ache of resistance, the fear of letting go. And now, in the still air after the rain, he can see it differently. The storm was never against him. It was cleansing him. Every drop had been a release. Every flash of lightning a moment of illumination. Peace, he realizes, does not come after the storm. It is born from within it. The sound of music fades softly in the background, like light falling across water. He lets the stillness expand. There is no need to do anything more, no need to fix, No need to understand. The world is enough, exactly as it is. Marcus's words come to mind again, and he whispers them quietly. Accept whatever comes to you, woven in the pattern of your destiny. For what could more aptly fit your needs? He smiles, not because he understands fate completely, but because he no longer needs to. The peace that comes from acceptance is not knowledge, it is trust. The air moves through the open window. Somewhere, a bird sings once and then falls silent. Everything feels connected in its simplicity. This, he realizes, is freedom, not the power to change what is happening, but the grace to meet it with an open heart. He inhales one last time, and in that breath, he feels the full weight of the journey, the struggle, the letting go, the learning to love without owning. All of it has brought him here, to this quiet morning after the storm. The narrator's voice fades into the rhythm of the wind. Peace begins, it whispers, when you stop trying to control what you can't. And in that gentle truth, the world seems to pause. The rain has ended, the light has returned, and in the stillness that follows, freedom breathes. The rain has ended, but its echo still lingers, a quiet rhythm in the background of the morning. Everything glows under the gentle light that follows storms. The world, washed clean, breathing again. In that stillness, a softer truth begins to rise. Freedom is not grand. It is small, humble, almost invisible. It lives in the pauses between thoughts, in the breath that no longer needs to reach for anything. The narrator's voice returns, slower now, carrying the weight and warmth of compassion. You don't need to fix the world tonight. A pause. Even the stars rest. The words feel like a hand on the shoulder of someone who has carried too much for too long. This is not a message for philosophers or saints. It is for the ordinary soul, the tired adult sitting in bed at the end of a long day, the one who worries about bills, deadlines, love, and loss, the one who keeps trying to hold the sky together, believing it will all fall apart if they stop. He smiles faintly, because he has been that person too, always chasing completion, always believing peace will come once everything is in order. But life, he realizes now, was never meant to be fixed. It was meant to be felt. He remembers what Marcus Aurelius once wrote. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. The emperor's words echo across time, reaching into this moment like light through a half-open door. It is not the world that needs to rest. It is the mind that keeps trying to carry it. He looks up, as if he could see the night sky still hanging behind the daylight. Even the stars, he thinks, burn and fade. Even they rest in darkness between their shining. The voice continues, slow and rhythmic, matching the pace of breath. You are allowed to stop. You are allowed to be small. You are allowed to simply exist without solving everything. For a moment, he lets the idea sink in that he does not have to be extraordinary to be at peace. That perhaps the greatest wisdom lies not in doing, but in allowing. He imagines consciousness as a vast sky. Thoughts drift through it like clouds, some dark, some soft, some heavy with rain. They appear, they move, they dissolve. The sky never chases them, never clings, never fights. It simply lets them pass. That, he realizes, is the nature of the mind. It was never meant to be controlled like a machine. It was meant to be watched like weather, changing, moving, alive. The Stoics understood this long before psychology gave it a name. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. The storm is not the problem, it is the belief that you must hold it back." He closes his eyes and breathes. Inhale, exhale. Thoughts rise, linger, fade. Each one is a cloud, and behind them, the sky remains untouched. You don't need to fix the world tonight. The phrase repeats gently in his mind. He realizes how long he has been running. Through years, through worries, through the endless noise of doing, always trying to reach a place where he could finally rest, yet never stopping long enough to realize rest was already here. Peace, he now sees, is not a destination. It is what happens when you stop walking for a moment and let the world catch up to you. He remembers something Seneca wrote. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Most of the weight he carries, he realizes, was never real. It was imagined, stories his mind told to make sense of the unknown. He lets a breath escape, long and slow. Each exhale feels like setting down a heavy pack he forgot he was holding. The narrator's tone grows softer, like a lullaby whispered in a quiet room. You don't have to be perfect to deserve rest. You don't have to understand everything to feel safe. You only have to breathe. He breathes again. The room feels wider. The world feels larger. Somewhere, a distant thought flickers, smallness. For years, he had feared it. The idea of being small made him uneasy, as if insignificance meant failure. But now, it feels freeing. To be small is to be part of something vast. To belong without needing to control. He thinks of the ocean. Every drop of water is small, yet together they make something infinite. Maybe a human life is the same, tiny, fleeting, yet part of something boundless. He looks inward again. The sky of his mind stretches endlessly, even when filled with clouds. Beneath noise, there is always space. Beneath the space, there is peace. Even the stars rest, the voice repeats. He imagines them, distant suns burning for millions of years, only to fade, collapse, and be reborn. Even they do not shine forever, yet their light continues, traveling through space long after they have gone. That, too, is a kind of peace. To know that one's light can exist without needing to last. The thought makes him smile. He realizes that this is what the Stoics meant by living according to nature. To accept that everything, even himself, moves in cycles, activity and rest, shining and fading, holding on and letting go. Inhale, exhale. He begins to repeat it quietly, as if reciting a prayer. This moment is enough. I let it be. I do not need to fix the world tonight. Each sentence becomes softer until they dissolve into the rhythm of breathing. The narrator's voice fades almost completely now, replaced by the sound of a slow, deep hum, like the heartbeat of the universe itself. He lies back, letting his thoughts drift. They rise and fall like clouds, but he no longer chases them. The sky is wide, and that is enough. Marcus's words return one last time. Gentle as sleep. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. He understands now. The world outside may continue to move, to spin, to change, but within, There is space vast enough to hold it all. He breathes one last time before rest claims him. The sky of the mind opens wide. The clouds move softly across it. And somewhere deep inside, a voice whispers again, barely audible now, fading into peace. You don't need to fix the world tonight. Even the stars rest. The stars have settled into their quiet rhythm, faint against the dark sky. Their light, though distant, feels close, soft, familiar, like a breath that has been waiting to exhale. The world outside no longer moves with urgency. Even the air seems to rest. Inside, everything slows. The mind, once wide as the sky, begins to quiet, not because thoughts have vanished, but because they no longer demand to be followed. Each one drifts gently, like a cloud losing its shape at the edge of evening. He remembers the words from before. You don't need to fix the world tonight. Even the stars rest. And now, he feels it, what rest truly means. It is not absence, it is presence without effort. The narrator's voice returns, soft as dusk. Now, let your mind rest. The words arrive like a final invitation, not a command, but a kindness. The kind of kindness that allows the listener to stop performing, to stop pretending to be more than what they already are. He exhales. The sound of breath blends with the soft hum of the music beneath the voice. Each note fades slowly, dissolving into warmth. This is where the journey was always leading, not toward achievement, but toward surrender. Not toward becoming something more, but toward remembering that he was always enough. The narrator continues, its tone steady, soothing, unhurried. You are enough. You have done enough. Sleep. The words are simple, but they carry the weight of truth that only simplicity can hold. For years, he had been running, chasing meaning, success, understanding, belonging, but every chase had led him back to the same still point. This quiet reminder that peace was never somewhere to reach. It was something to return to. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Look well into yourself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if you will always look there." That strength, he realizes now, is not action. It is being. It is the calm that exists before every thought, before every fear, before every need to change. He lets his awareness drift like mist. There is no destination, no direction. The mind begins to dim its lights, one by one, like windows going dark across a sleeping city. The narrator's voice slows with him, matching the rhythm of his heartbeat. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to prove. You are already what you were seeking. He feels the words ripple through him like waves on a still lake. For so long, he had believed that fulfillment meant arrival, that one day he would reach a place where he would finally be whole. But now, he sees how false that image was. Life, he realizes, is not a straight road leading to completion. It is a circle, always moving, always beginning again. As the music softens further, he remembers a phrase he once read, "You will never arrive, and that is how you become." He smiles faintly. It no longer feels like a contradiction. It feels like peace. To never arrive is to remain alive, to remain open, learning, feeling, breathing. To become is not to reach, but to rest within the constant unfolding of what is. He lies back, his body sinking into the warmth beneath him. The edges between him and the world begin to blur. His breath moves slower now, deeper. Inhale, presence. Exhale, surrender. Outside, a breeze moves through the trees, carrying the scent of wet earth and new beginnings. The sound is soft, almost like breathing. Nature itself seems to rest alongside him. He thinks again of the Stoics, of their quiet wisdom. Epictetus wrote, "Freedom is the right to live as we wish." But perhaps true freedom, he thinks, is not about wishing at all. It is the ability to stop wishing, to rest in what already is. The voice returns, low and close, as if whispering just beside him. This is enough. You are enough. Let everything go. Each word lands with the weight of a lullaby. He feels the body release completely. The muscles loosen. The mind stops naming. The world narrows to one single rhythm, the slow, steady beat of life itself. Somewhere in a distance, the music fades to almost nothing, a single tone stretching thin, like light disappearing beyond the horizon. There is no more searching, no more resistance, only quiet, only being. He understands now that rest is not escape, it is communion. It is the soul returning to its natural rhythm, the rhythm it shares with every wave, every star, every breath. Marcus had written, "Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul." And that is where he is now, not asleep yet, but dissolving gently into that inner space where the mind and the world finally agree to stop speaking. He lets the last thought pass through him, not trying to hold it, not trying to name it, just watching, breathing, existing. The voice fades with him, its final words hovering like the last light before dawn. You will never arrive, and that is how you become. And when the noise of the outer world finally fades, you begin to hear something quieter, something that was always there. Not the voice that judges, not the one that measures, but a softer echo beneath it all. It calls you not to rise, not to fight, but to turn inward. You realize that the mask you once wore was never meant to protect you. It was meant to be removed. And as it falls, so does the illusion of control. What remains is silence, and in that silence, the shadow begins to speak. Do not fear it. It is not your enemy, but the part of you that has been waiting to be seen. Step gently into the dark. Here, the journey does not end, it deepens. Let your body rest. Let your thoughts drift. The night is quiet now, the kind of quiet that hums softly in the distance, like the world holding its breath somewhere between wakefulness and sleep. There is a strange space where your mind begins to wander, not to the stars, but inward. And tonight, we begin there. You have achieved things. You have built, earned, survived. But sometimes, when the applause fades and the noise quiets, a hollow feeling lingers, like a soft echo in an empty room. It is not failure, it is comparison. The invisible weight that presses on your chest whenever you look at someone else's life and ask, am I enough? The mind, left unattended, is a collector of mirrors. Everywhere you go, you hold up fragments of other people, their beauty, their success, their happiness. And in those fragments, you lose sight of your own reflection. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Their success is not my failure." It sounds simple, But in the stillness of night, it feels almost impossible to believe. We live in a world that measures worth like currency, likes, titles, numbers, names, and yet none of it can fill the quiet space within you that longs simply to be. Imagine a cracked mirror. Each shard reflects a piece of you, distorted and incomplete. When you live through the eyes of others, your reflection bends, too tall, too small, too dim, too bright. You start mistaking the reflection for reality, and soon you forget which face is yours. Comparison is not a sin. It is a habit of the wounded. It grows in the gap between who you are and who you think you should be. It whispers that peace is elsewhere, in another body, another job, another life. But peace does not live there. It never did. You might notice how exhausting it feels, that endless reaching. Every time you compare, you tighten your grip on an illusion. You hold on to the idea that life is a race, that happiness is a trophy, that someone else's light somehow dims your own. But light does not compete. It simply shines. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe. Feel your chest rise and fall, the quiet rhythm of existence that asks for nothing in return. This breath, this moment, does not need to be measured against anyone's. It is yours. It is enough. Carl Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Yet how can one become when one is constantly comparing? To become means to turn inward, to notice, to listen, to rest. Comparison pulls you outward, scattering your attention across 1,000 tiny reflections until you vanish among them. You may remember the moments in your life when you felt unseen, not because others ignored you, but because you had forgotten to see yourself. You were too busy chasing shadows, mistaking someone else's script for your own story. The pain of comparison is not in what others have. It is in what you lose while watching them. It is in the silence of your own neglected soul. Now, imagine again the cracked mirror. Instead of trying to piece it back together, let it go. Let the fragments fall away. You do not need to fix the reflection. You only need to return to the one who is looking. In that act, the simple noticing, something shifts. The weight begins to lift. You realize that comparison is not proof that you are broken. It is a signal, a gentle reminder that you have been looking outward too long. The Stoics called it the art of self-command, not in the sense of control, but of attention. To reclaim your gaze, to choose where your mind rests. Because peace, as Marcus taught, begins not when you win, but when you stop needing to. So tonight, as you listen, imagine yourself standing before a still lake under moonlight. The surface ripples with the faint wind, and for a moment, you see many faces reflected there. Faces of people you have admired, envied, loved. Let them drift. Beneath those shifting images, there is one reflection that stays. Yours. This is where the journey inward begins, not with ambition, but with awareness, with the quiet realization that there is nothing to prove, that life is not a contest of becoming more, but a remembering of what you already are. You may feel an ache, yes, that ache of being human, of longing, of never feeling enough. But in that ache, there is also tenderness. It is the soul's way of calling you back home. So breathe again. Feel the stillness grow wider around you. Let the comparisons dissolve. one by one, until only silence remains. And in that silence, perhaps for the first time, you will see that your worth has never been a reflection. It has always been a presence. The presence that watches, the one beneath the mirror. Now, let your thoughts drift and rest. Somewhere between the quiet acceptance and the lingering ache of comparison, a new realization begins to surface. When you stop measuring yourself against others, another question slowly rises. If I am not who they are, then who am I? Let your breathing slow. Feel your body soften into the stillness around you. You are not racing anymore. You are simply here. The night holds you like a mirror, calm, reflective, patient. And within that stillness, something begins to show itself. Carl Jung called it the persona, the mask we wear to face the world. It is not evil, nor false. It is the version of ourselves we craft to belong, to be loved, to be safe. It is the smile you give when you are tired, the strength you show when you are breaking, the silence you keep when your truth feels too heavy to speak. You are not the mask you wear. The words echo softly, almost like a lullaby to the self that hides behind performance. Imagine yourself standing before a fogged mirror. The air is cool and the glass is dim with condensation. You can see the shape of your face, but the details blur. For a moment, you realize this is how most of us live, half visible, half lost behind the mist of who we pretend to be. The persona is not the enemy. It is a survival instinct, the part of you that learned to navigate the expectations of others. As children, we wear it to please. As adults, we wear it to protect. But the more we rely on it, the more we forget what lies beneath. You might notice how tiring it feels to always perform, to hold a certain expression, a certain role, a certain story. It is like holding your breath in public and only exhaling in solitude. And sometimes, even when you are alone, you forget how to breathe freely. There is a quiet sadness in realizing that your laughter, your success, even your kindness may sometimes come through the mask, not from the soul. Jung wrote, "The persona is what one is in reality, and not what one appears to be." He did not mean that the mask is false, but that it is incomplete. A single page mistaken for the whole book. Now, let the fog on the mirror begin to clear. You do not need to wipe it away. Simply wait. The warmth of your breath fades, and slowly, your reflection becomes sharper. You see the eyes, not the expression, the curve of your mouth, not the smile you practiced. For the first time, you are looking not at the face you show, but at the face that is. This is what it means to turn inward, not to reject the mask, but to recognize it, to see that you have spent years becoming visible to the world and invisible to yourself. You played roles so well that you forgot the actor behind them. And yet, beneath all of it, there is stillness, a presence untouched by performance, a watcher behind the face. The persona protects, but it also isolates. The more polished it becomes, the harder it is to feel connection. Because connection can only exist where something is real. The mask smiles for everyone, but it never truly feels seen. So tonight, as you listen, imagine gently removing that mask. There is no need to rip it off. Just Lift it slightly, like one might lift a curtain to let in light. Underneath, there is no monster, no failure, no brokenness, only a quiet, living truth that has been waiting patiently to breathe. You may feel vulnerable, even naked without it. That is natural. To meet yourself unfiltered is both terrifying and sacred. But that trembling is not weakness. It is the pulse of something real waking up. When you stop pretending, the world does not collapse. It softens. It meets you where you are, not where you perform to be. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel your own presence, the weight of your hands, the rhythm of your breath, the pulse in your chest. These are the things that remain when all masks fall away. These are the things that make you human. In this quiet space, you can almost hear a whisper rise from within. The beginning of freedom is the realization that you are not the voice in your head. You are not the comparison. You are not the mask. You are not even the thoughts that narrate your life. You are the awareness behind it all, the watcher of mirrors, the breath behind the fog. And as that awareness widens, the fog begins to clear completely. The glass is transparent now. What remains is not an image to fix, but a presence to feel. You do not need to fight the mask. You only need to see it, and once seen, it begins to dissolve on its own. So rest in that space between reflection and truth. Let the mirror show you both the mask and the one beneath. Both belong to you. Both are real. But only one is eternal. Let the night deepen around you. The air grows still. Your breath slows. The mask fades. And for a fleeting moment, you meet the self that has been watching all along. It has no need to prove, no need to hide. It only knows how to be. The mirror is clear now. The fog has lifted. The mask has softened. And in its place, a face you have not truly seen in years begins to return. The silence feels strange at first, almost uncomfortable, as if the noise of the world had been a kind of shelter. But beneath that silence, something familiar stirs, something that has always been there. After so many years of comparing, performing, striving to belong, this moment feels like standing still for the first time. There is no need to look better, sound wiser, or seem stronger. You are no longer trying to impress the reflection. You are simply meeting it. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Tonight, you begin that quiet work. The unconscious does not speak in words. It speaks in sensations. The release of your shoulders, the slowing of your breath, the gentle loosening of who you thought you were. You have been so many versions of yourself. The achiever, the pleaser, the strong one, the one who never falters. But now, as the night deepens, all those versions begin to rest. They have served their purpose. They do not need to disappear. They simply do not need to lead anymore. Notice how the silence grows wider. It is not empty. It is full, full of presence, full of possibility. You are not losing yourself. You are returning. The voice in your head might still whisper. It might say, "You should be doing more," or "You're not there yet." But listen closely. That voice is not you. It is only an echo, a habit of the mind trying to fill the space that silence leaves behind. As Eckhart Tolle wrote, "The beginning of freedom is the realization that you are not the voice in your head. Freedom does not come from quieting the mind, but from stepping back, from realizing that you are the listener, not the noise. Take a slow breath, feel it travel in, then out. You are not your thoughts. You are the space in which they come and go. You are not your emotions. You are the stillness that feels them and lets them pass. You are not the story you tell yourself. You are the awareness that watches the story unfold. This awareness, calm, silent, vast, has always been with you. It never leaves. It was there in every success, every mistake, every heartbreak. You may have forgotten it, but it has never forgotten you. The world has taught you to define yourself by action, identity, and image. But the self that watches does not need definition. It only asks for presence. It asks that you come home. Imagine now that you are sitting by a quiet lake just before dawn. The surface of the water is still. You can see the reflection of the moon fading as light begins to rise. In that moment, there is nothing to fix, nothing to reach for, nothing to prove. There is only being. Every thought that passes, every memory, every judgment is like a leaf landing on the water. It ripples, then disappears. The lake does not fight the leaf. It does not cling to it, nor push it away. It simply returns to stillness. That is what the mind learns when you stop identifying with the mask. It learns to rest, to reflect without distortion, to hold both light and shadow without fear. Perhaps this is the quiet freedom Marcus Aurelius spoke of when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Strength here does not mean control. It means presence, the power to stay with yourself, even when your thoughts turn dark. To stay in the silence, even when a noise tempts you back. To stay in truth, even when the mask calls your name. You are beginning to see that peace is not something to achieve. It is something to uncover, hidden beneath the layers of comparison and performance. When those layers fall away, what remains is not emptiness, but essence. The simple, unshakable awareness of being. You might not recognize yourself yet. That is all right. Recognition takes time. The masks have been on for so long that even the light can feel foreign at first. But remember, every breath you take in awareness is an act of return. Every exhale releases a version of you that no longer needs to perform. Slowly, gently, the self beneath the mask begins to emerge. It does not speak loudly. It hums, a soft vibration beneath the noise. It says, "I have always been here. You just forgot to listen." Stay with that feeling. Stay with the breath. Let it anchor you. Let it remind you that even in stillness, you are whole. In this moment, there is nothing to fix, no one to become. You are already enough, in all your imperfection, in all your light and shadow. You do not have to earn your place here. Existence itself has already given it to you. Let that truth sink in. Let it wash through your mind like warm light spreading through a quiet room. The thoughts soften. The body unclenches. The space widens. This is what it means to return, not to a new self, but to the one that never left. Take one last deep breath. Feel the air enter your lungs, then leave gently. The night holds you now. The mind begins to rest, and in this quiet, the journey inward begins. The night deepens. The air grows cooler, quieter, as if the world itself has taken a long, slow breath. You can almost hear it, the faint rustle of wind moving through the leaves, the kind of sound that reminds you of time passing, softly but endlessly. You have come far in this inward journey, from comparison to awareness, from pretending to presence. Now, the silence takes you somewhere even deeper, because in that silence, you begin to hear the one truth we all try to forget. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." It sounds cold at first, almost harsh, but listen closer. It is not a threat. It is a reminder, a whisper from the stoic heart of time itself. You are here only for a moment. Let those words settle in your chest, not as fear, but as clarity. Death is not the enemy of life. It is what makes life luminous. Like a candle that knows it will one day melt into nothing. Its flame burns not weaker but brighter, because it understands the gift of every flicker. Imagine that candle now, the small, steady flame, its light trembling with the breath of the room. It does not rush, does not beg for more time. It simply gives what it can, fully, quietly, completely. In that stillness, it understands what we often forget. Everything ends, and that is why everything matters. We spend most of our lives trying to escape this truth, building, collecting, chasing, pretending. But every pursuit, every dream, every fear is shaped by the same invisible horizon: impermanence. The Stoics called this reflection memento mori. Remember that you will die, not to make you mourn life, but to teach you to cherish it. There is something sacred about the night when you remember this truth. Suddenly, the small things begin to shine: the warmth of your breath, the hum of silence, the soft pulse of your heart. You realize that life has never been in the grand moments, but in its small, unnoticed miracles. To remember your mortality is not to lose hope. It is to awaken gratitude. You might feel the faint sadness that comes with this thought, the ache of knowing that nothing lasts. But let that ache expand. It is not pain. It is awareness. It is the heart opening to the rhythm of existence, to the rise and fall of everything that has ever lived. Carl Jung once wrote, "Life is a short pause between two great mysteries. We fear the end because we do not understand it. But maybe the end is not darkness. Maybe it is simply silence, a return to the vast stillness from which we came." When you begin to see death not as an interruption, but as completion, something changes in how you live. The noise quiets. The hurry fades. You no longer rush to prove, to compare, to outshine. You begin to love differently, not with grasping, but with grace. You start to see how fragile everything is. And in that fragility, there is beauty, like frost on glass before the sun rises, like laughter echoing down a hallway after everyone's gone to bed, like the breath you're taking now, precious, fleeting, irreplaceable. The candle flickers again, and you realize that your own light burns just the same. Temporary, yes, but no less meaningful. The flame is not afraid of its end. It knows that what matters is the warmth it gives while it is alive. So let that be your meditation tonight. As you breathe in, remember that this breath is a gift. As you breathe out, Let go of the illusion that you are owed another. Every inhale is birth. Every exhale is a small, beautiful death. When you live with that awareness, time changes shape. It stops being something you chase and becomes something you inhabit. You no longer ask, how much time do I have? But rather, how much presence can I bring to this moment? Death, in its quiet way, teaches us to live truthfully, to speak what is real, to forgive before the day ends, to look at someone you love and truly see them, not as they were yesterday or as they might be tomorrow, but as they are now, breathing, alive, here. Memento mori is not a cold philosophy. It is warmth disguised as shadow. It asks you to hold life more gently, to see that everything you love is temporary and because of that, infinitely precious. Marcus once said, "Do not act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good. Be good. Not in the moral sense, but in the human one. Be kind. Be awake. Be grateful. Let your existence leave a soft trace of light, like the candle in the quiet room. You could leave life right now, yes, but you are here. You are breathing. You are listening. The wind outside the window carries its ancient rhythm, the same one that has whispered through all human lives before yours. It is saying, be present, because to remember, death is to finally begin living. So let your breath slow. Let the awareness of impermanence cradle you instead of frightening you. You are not separate from the flow, you are part of it. The flame, the wind, the silence, all moving together in one endless breath. As you drift deeper into this stillness, know this: you do not need forever to be whole. You only need now. And in remembering that, you have already learned how to live. The night has settled now. The wind outside has quieted into a soft hum, and the candle that once flickered fiercely now burns with a steady, slow rhythm, as if it, too, has accepted its brief and beautiful life. From the stillness of memento mori, the remembrance of death, comes something unexpected. Warmth. A tenderness that stretches through the quiet, touching every memory that once felt far away. The thought of death no longer feels like an ending. It feels like an invitation to look at life with gentler eyes. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." When you begin to remember death, you stop living as though tomorrow is a guarantee. You stop postponing what truly matters. You begin to see that life is not something waiting at the end of your achievements, but something unfolding quietly in each breath you take. To remember death, paradoxically, is to love life more deeply. Close your eyes for a moment. Let the night guide you back through the corridors of your memory, to your youth, your laughter, the faces that once surrounded you, the smell of rain after school, the first person who made your heart race, the dream you once swore you would never abandon. You can almost touch them again, but not as you once did. They are softer now, woven into you. That is the gift of transience. Nothing you have ever loved is truly gone. It has only changed form. Carl Jung once said, "The acceptance of death is the beginning of spiritual transformation." When you stop fighting the inevitable, Something ancient inside you begins to awaken. The part that knows how to live without clinging, how to love without fear. Think of it like the changing of seasons. Spring never mourns winter, it grows from it. The petals that fall in summer become the soil for next year's bloom. Life is not a straight line from birth to death. It is a circle. Every ending feeding another beginning. You may feel a trace of sadness when you think of time passing, the dreams unfinished, the people who have drifted away, the moments you wish you could live again. But that sadness too is sacred. It is love, disguised as loss. To remember death is to love life deeply. Let those words settle. They are not meant to make you weep, but to make you feel. To remind you that love and impermanence are not opposites. They are partners in a dance of being. Every beautiful thing owes its beauty to its brevity. The sunset glows because it fades. The music moves you because it ends. The moments that define your life, the laughter, the tears, the quiet mornings are precious not despite their passing, but because of it. You see, permanence is an illusion of the frightened mind. We want things to last because we are afraid of the void. But life was never meant to be held, only experienced. Jung wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And the pain of impermanence, the ache that comes when you realize you cannot keep what you love, is the beginning of awakening. You start to see that the purpose of life is not to possess, but to participate. Everything changes. Everything flows. And in that flow, you are changed too. Look back once more at the memories you thought you lost, the faces, the voices, the places. They are not gone. They live in you now, transformed into the wisdom of your present being. Every goodbye you have ever said has made room for a deeper hello. In Jung's view, the ego fears death because it sees death as disappearance. But the soul knows better. The soul understands that death, whether of a moment, a love, or a self, is a return. It is the falling of the leaf that feeds the soil, the pause between heartbeats that gives rhythm to life. You could think of it like waves returning to the sea. Each one rises, shines for a moment in the sun, then disappears. But it never truly dies. It becomes the ocean again, and so will you. Let that image rest in your mind. The ocean, endless and calm, receiving every wave without resistance, every birth, every death, every transformation, all returning home. Death, then, is not something to dread, but to learn from. It is a mirror reminding us how to live. It asks, gently, if everything you love could vanish tomorrow, how would you live tonight? You would likely slow down. You would breathe deeper. You would listen more closely to the sound of the rain or the voice of someone you love. You would care less about being remembered and more about being real. That is the wisdom of transience. It humbles you into presence. Remembering death teaches you how to stay awake in life. It turns the mundane into the miraculous. The warmth of your coffee, the quiet hum of your home, the weight of your body against the bed as you breathe. Jung once described the process of spiritual growth as a descent into the unconscious, a journey into the unseen parts of ourselves. Accepting death, our greatest unknown, is the first step into that descent. It is not about obsession or fear. It is about surrender. It is about saying, I am part of this great movement and I will not fight it anymore. Every heartbeat you feel now, every breath, every blink, each one is a reminder that life is moving through you, not something you control. You are not separate from time. You are time itself unfolding for a brief, miraculous moment. So as you rest tonight, do not fear what fades. Instead, thank it. Thank the passing moments for teaching you how to be present. Thank the uncertainty for keeping you humble. Thank the impermanence that makes your love burn brighter, your laughter ring truer, your silence feel deeper. Because what you love will pass. And because it will pass, it becomes eternal in meaning. To remember death is to love life deeply. And in that remembrance, the soul begins to awaken. The candle burns lower now. The flame no longer dances wildly. It steadies, small and calm, as though it has accepted its fate. The room is filled with a quiet glow, and everything feels softer, slower, lighter. What once seemed terrifying, the thought of endings, of loss, of death, has transformed into something gentle, something sacred. You have walked through remembrance and reflection. You have seen that transience is not a curse, but a teacher. Now comes the final step, to live with that awareness, not in fear, but in gratitude. To live beautifully is to live as if you have already said goodbye. That does not mean sadness. It means presence. When you understand that every moment is temporary, you stop taking any of them for granted. You stop rushing through conversations. Stop postponing forgiveness. Stop waiting for the right time to feel joy. Because this, right here, this breath, this silence, this flicker of awareness, is the only time that has ever truly existed. There is a saying that captures this truth perfectly. What dies is never wasted. It becomes what you will become. When a leaf falls, it feeds the soil. When a wave breaks, it becomes the sea. When a life ends, its energy does not vanish. It transforms, returning to the vast current from which it came. The universe wastes nothing. Neither does your soul. So when you live with awareness of the end, you begin to see the hidden continuity beneath every ending. The friendships that faded have shaped your compassion. The heartbreaks that broke you have deepened your love. The failures you thought were final were simply beginnings wearing different names. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Perhaps that is what endings really are, not destruction, but awakening. The shedding of what is false so that what is real can breathe. Imagine standing in a field at dusk. The light is fading, but not in sorrow. The colors grow warmer, richer, gold melting into rose, rose into blue. You know the day is ending, but it feels whole, complete, fulfilled. You do not mourn the sun for setting. You thank it for shining. That is how life can feel when you carry awareness of the end. Each day, each encounter, each small joy becomes a sunset. Something to behold, to honor, to release without grasping. Living this way does not make you distant or detached. It makes you tender. You start to speak softer, listen longer, love deeper. Not because you fear losing, but because you finally understand that love is loss. To love is to accept impermanence as the price of beauty. Marcus Aurelius wrote, Do every act of your life as if it were your last. It is not a command to rush or to panic. It is a whisper to be present, to infuse every gesture, a glance, a touch, a word with meaning, because none of them will ever happen in quite the same way again. When you live as though every moment could be your last, you stop waiting for someday. You realize that the someday you were always chasing has been here all along. Jung believed that confronting mortality is what awakens the soul. He called it individuation, the process of becoming whole. You begin as fragments, the child, the achiever, the lover, the wanderer, and through loss, through time, through endings, you merge into something complete. The awareness of death is not the end of life. It is the birth of wisdom. What dies within you? The illusions, the fears, the masks becomes the soil for a truer self. Each time something ends, a deeper layer of you begins. There is a strange comfort in this truth. It means you do not need to hold on so tightly. You can let go of people, of moments, of versions of yourself, and trust that nothing real is ever lost. It only changes form, like breath moving from inhale to exhale, like light fading from day into night. Perhaps that is what Marcus meant when he wrote, "In accepting the end, we rediscover the beginning." Every ending carries a hidden door. Every death carries a rebirth. The end of a day becomes the silence of night. The silence becomes the dream. The dream becomes the dawn. Let this awareness settle gently into your heart. You do not need to rush to understand it. Just breathe it in. Feel how it loosens the grip of fear, how it softens the edges of your thoughts. You will still grieve. You will still long, still ache, still miss what has passed. But underneath the ache, there will be peace, because you know that nothing beautiful ever truly disappears. It only moves, like a wave returning home. So tonight, live softly, speak kindly, feel everything. Let the moments come and go as they please. You do not need to capture them. You only need to be awake enough to notice. And when you notice the sound of your breath, the warmth in your chest, the stillness of the room, let it remind you. This is all there ever is. This is all there ever needs to be. You have lived through 1,000 endings already, and yet here you are, breathing still. That is the miracle. That is life. And so, as the candlelight fades and the night wraps itself around you, let this truth remain. In accepting the end, we rediscover the beginning. Rest now in that awareness. You are not losing anything. You are returning to the rhythm of everything that has ever been and everything that will ever be again. The night is deeper now. The candle that once lit the room burns low, its flame barely moving, a single patient pulse of light in an ocean of dark. The world outside has fallen silent, and within that silence, a new kind of journey begins. You have learned to let go, to accept endings, to breathe through impermanence. But the descent does not stop there, because beneath acceptance lies something more ancient, a place we rarely dare to visit, the hidden country of the self. Carl Jung once said, "Everyone carries a shadow, and it is here, in this dim and quiet hour, that we begin to meet ours." Imagine yourself standing at the mouth of a cave. The air is cool, damp, still. The ground beneath your feet feels solid but unfamiliar. The light from behind you, the soft glow of what is known, begins to fade as you step forward. You can hear the faint echo of your own breath bouncing off the stone walls. The cave is not a place of evil. It is not punishment or despair. It is simply the part of the mind that daylight never touches. The place where all that you have forgotten, denied, or feared still lives. You walk slowly, deeper in. Every step echoes with memory, the voices of childhood, the faces you turned away from, the mistakes you tried to bury. They are not ghosts. They are fragments of you. This is what Jung called the shadow, the side of the psyche that holds everything we refuse to see. Not just anger, jealousy, and shame, but also tenderness, creativity, and courage that were never given room to breathe. The shadow is not the monster beneath the bed. It is the part of your soul that was never allowed to stand in the light. When you begin to explore it, fear rises naturally, because here you are stripped of illusion. Here, there are no masks, no comparisons, no achievements to hide behind, only truth, raw and waiting. But remember, you are not here to fight the darkness. You are here to listen to it. The air grows colder as you move deeper into the cave. Your footsteps slow, somewhere ahead. You hear the faint dripping of water, a rhythmic reminder that even here, life continues. The shadows shift and breathe, but they do not attack. They wait. You begin to realize that the fear you feel is not coming from the darkness itself, but from your resistance to seeing it. Every time you denied your sadness, every time you silenced your anger or numbed your pain, you gave this place more power. But as you stand here now, in stillness, the fear begins to soften. The cave does not want to harm you. It wants to be known. Jung wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." To become whole, you must enter the cave, not as a conqueror, but as a guest. You must walk into the darkness with open eyes and an open heart, because within it lies everything that was ever missing. Take a breath. Feel it echo through the space around you. As your eyes adjust, you begin to see shapes emerging, not monsters, but memories. You see your disappointments sitting quietly in the corner, your anger flickering like a dying fire, your loneliness curled up beside the wall. You see the version of yourself that was once told, "You are too much." The one that was told, "You are not enough." You realize that these shadows are not strangers. They are the echoes of moments when love was withheld, and you mistook that for proof that you were unworthy. So you sit down with them. You do not turn away. You do not demand they disappear. You let them speak. Their voices tremble at first, fragile from years of silence. But as they speak, you begin to recognize their tone. They sound like you, younger, softer, forgotten. You listen, you breathe, and slowly, the cave that once felt suffocating begins to feel sacred. This is the true heart of shadow work, not fixing, not defeating, but welcoming. It is an act of radical compassion to sit with what you once abandoned and say, "I see you now. You are safe here." As you listen, something remarkable happens. The shadows begin to change. The outlines blur. The air warms. You realize that what you feared was never darkness itself, but your disconnection from it. Light begins to move again, not from above, but from within. It is faint at first, like a memory of morning. The walls shimmer slightly, revealing markings, symbols, words, patterns carved long ago. They tell the story of every human who has ever walked this same path, the journey inward, through fear, toward wholeness. You understand now that the cave is not separate from you. It is you, the part of your being that has waited patiently for acknowledgement. There is no need to rush, no need to escape. You can stay here for as long as you need, because the moment you stop running from your darkness, it stops chasing you. The mind, once terrified, begins to relax. The body softens. You start to feel a strange calm, not because the shadows are gone, but because they are finally seen. This is what it means to enter the cave, to face the unseen, to meet the rejected, to return to the places you left behind. You are not broken for having darkness within you. You are human, and in that humanity, there is beauty. Jung once wrote, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." When you begin to see and accept the shadows inside yourself, compassion expands. You no longer judge others for their anger or fear, because you have met your own. The cave becomes quieter now. The dripping water fades into the distance. The stillness feels alive, almost warm. You understand that this darkness is not empty, it is fertile. Everything you thought was lost has been waiting here, ready to grow. You turn toward the faint light at the far end of the cave, not to escape, but to return, carrying with you the truth that was buried here. The shadow is no longer something to fear. It is part of your story, part of your wholeness. And as you take one final breath before stepping forward, you whisper the words that began this descent. Everyone carries a shadow, but now you understand the rest. It is not your burden, it is your guide. And so you walk toward the light, not leaving the cave behind, but carrying it within you. You have entered the cave. You have felt its breath, the quiet, patient darkness that holds everything you once refused to see. The air inside no longer feels cold now. It feels honest. You can sense something shifting deep within you, a soft awareness that the monsters you feared were only parts of yourself waiting to be met. But just as the calm begins to settle, you notice something else. A tension, subtle but strong, still clinging to the edges of your awareness. Even here, in this place of truth, there is resistance. Carl Jung once wrote, "What you resist persists." These 5 words carry a lifetime of wisdom. Whatever you fight within yourself, the anger, the sadness, the shame, will only grow stronger in silence. Every emotion you push away waits patiently in the dark, asking to be seen, to be felt, to be freed. Imagine for a moment that your emotions are waves in the ocean. Some are gentle, rising and falling without effort. Others crash violently, stirring the depths, pulling everything toward them. When you resist the wave, when you try to fight it, control it, or hold it still, it pushes back with even greater force. The more you deny it, the more it demands to be felt. But when you let the wave rise and fall naturally, without judgment, it eventually returns to calm. That is the secret. Peace is not found by resisting the wave. but by letting it pass through you. Take a slow breath, inhale, and feel whatever emotion still lingers within you. Don't name it yet. Don't try to change it. Just feel the shape of it, the way it moves in your body. Now exhale, and as you do, imagine releasing the need to fix or control it. You are not your fear. You are not your anger. You are the ocean that holds them. In this moment, there is nothing to resist. There is only breath. Every human being learns to suppress emotion in some way. We are taught to smile when we are sad, to stay strong when we are breaking, to move on when something hurts. But what we bury does not die. It waits, and it grows roots in the unconscious. The Stoics called this inner conflict. Jung called it psychic repression. Both understood the same truth. When you avoid what you feel, you divide yourself. You build walls between the mind and the soul. Walls that block not just pain, but also joy. What you resist persists. Because resistance is energy, and energy cannot vanish, only transform. The anger you deny may become exhaustion. The fear you suppress may return as anxiety. The sadness you silence may echo as numbness. But when you stop resisting, something miraculous happens. The energy you use to hold everything down becomes energy for healing. Let's try something together. Breathe in slowly, this time with awareness. Let the air fill your chest completely. Feel it move through your ribs, your heart, your throat. Now, as you exhale, imagine that you are releasing tension from every corner of your being. The jaw unclenches, the shoulders soften, the space within you widens. You do not need to push anything away. You do not need to escape. You only need to allow. Jung believed that the unconscious was not a dark prison, but a living ecosystem full of forgotten feelings, unexpressed truths, and unclaimed wisdom. When you open the door and stop resisting, that ecosystem begins to breathe again. It feeds your creativity, your empathy, your depth. You begin to see that even your most difficult emotions are not your enemies. They are teachers. Anger teaches you where your boundaries are. Sadness teaches you what you value most. Fear teaches you where you long to grow. Every emotion carries a message. When you resist it, you miss the message. When you listen, you evolve. So imagine yourself back in that cave. But now, instead of walking away from the shadows, you sit with them around you. The air hums softly. You can hear the dripping of water, steady and rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. This sound is not haunting anymore. It is grounding. It reminds you that everything flows. You feel anger. It rises like heat. You let it rise. You feel sorrow. It moves like water. You let it move. You feel shame. It trembles in your chest. You do not silence it. You breathe through it. With each breath, the darkness changes. It no longer feels heavy. It feels alive. The cave is not swallowing you. It is transforming you. You remember the words of Jung. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Every emotion you avoid has been shaping your choices in silence. But now that you face them, they lose their control. You are no longer reacting blindly. You are responding consciously. The simple act of allowing, of breathing instead of resisting, begins to dissolve years of inner conflict. You feel lighter, not because the darkness has vanished, but because you no longer need to fight it. Resistance is rooted in fear. Fear that if you let yourself feel, you will drown. But the truth is gentler. When you finally surrender, you realize you can float. Take another breath. Let it flow like a tide. Inhale, awareness. Exhale, acceptance. This is meditation in its purest form. Not an escape from reality, but an embrace of it. Not about silencing thoughts or feelings, but about letting them pass without holding on. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs?" Acceptance is not weakness, it is wisdom. The wisdom to know that every emotion, even the painful ones, has a purpose. When you resist, you suffer twice, once from the feeling and again from the fight against it. So tonight, as the candle burns lower and the cave grows quiet, let this be your practice. Whatever arises, a thought, a fear, a memory, breathe with it, feel it, thank it, and let it pass. No storm lasts forever. No emotion defines you. Everything, when allowed, eventually finds its peace. What you resist persists, but what you welcome transforms. And as you rest here in the darkness, listening to your own breath echo softly against the walls of your soul, you begin to understand the cave was never a prison. It was always a womb, a place of rebirth. And in your gentle surrender, something new begins to breathe. The air inside the cave is still. The echoes have softened, and the rhythm of your breath now matches the faint sound of dripping water around you. The tension that once held your body tight has begun to dissolve. After so much resistance, something inside you has shifted. Not through force, but through surrender. You no longer fight the darkness. You breathe with it. You move with it. And slowly, a realization begins to rise, like dawn touching the edges of the unseen. Carl Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." That truth has followed you through every step of this descent. The darkness you feared was never your enemy. It was your mirror. It did not want to destroy you. It wanted to show you what you had forgotten. Now, as your eyes adjust, you begin to see what had been hidden all along. The shadows on the walls no longer seem hostile. They shimmer faintly, as if lit from within. What you thought was emptiness begins to reveal movement, texture, depth, a quiet pulse of life. Rumi once said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." You think back to every heartbreak, every loss, every moment of doubt that once felt unbearable. You see now that none of them were punishments. They were openings, cracks in the armor of the self, where light could finally enter. Pain, it turns out, was not the opposite of growth. It was its language. When you resisted your pain, it stayed sharp and unyielding. But when you allowed yourself to feel it, to sit with it, breathe through it, and stop demanding that it disappear, it began to transform. What once felt like darkness became space. What once felt like heaviness became depth. The light that lives in the dark is not a sudden flash or miracle. It is quiet, patient, steady. It moves slowly, like the warmth that follows sunrise through the forest. You hardly notice it at first until one day you realize that the fear has faded and what remains is peace. You sit in the cave, surrounded by the same walls that once frightened you, yet somehow it feels different. The air is gentler now. The silence no longer presses against you. It holds you. The darkness, once oppressive, now feels like shelter, a soft, living womb of stillness. This is what healing feels like. Not fireworks, not revelation, but reconciliation. You realize now that darkness has always been misunderstood. We call it evil. But it is only energy we have not yet learned to understand. It is the chaos that precedes creation, the soil in which all growth begins. Every seed must first disappear into darkness before it can bloom into light. In this moment, your awareness expands, not upward, but inward. You see that there is no real separation between the two. Light and dark are not enemies. They are partners in the same eternal rhythm. Without one, the other cannot exist. Without descent, there can be no rising. You begin to sense this truth in your own being. The grief you once carried is no longer just pain. It is tenderness. The anger you once buried is no longer fire. It is clarity. The fear that once paralyzed you has become presence. The awareness that you are alive, here, now. You can feel your breath deepen again. Inhale the dark, exhale the light. They move as one, like the tide. There is no need to choose one over the other. No need to divide what was never meant to be separate. In this quiet awareness, you begin to understand what Jung meant when he spoke of individuation. The process of becoming whole. Wholeness is not perfection. It is not eternal happiness or pure light. Wholeness is the capacity to hold all things, joy and grief, strength and fragility, faith and doubt, without rejecting any of them. You are not here to escape the dark. You are here to meet it, to know it, and to let it show you who you are. As you sit there, a faint beam of light appears at the edge of the cave. It does not startle you. It feels natural, like something that was always meant to happen. The light does not erase the shadows, it softens them. It does not blind, it reveals. You see your reflection again, not in glass, but in the walls, imperfect, cracked, but real. You see the journey etched into you, every scar, every lesson, every act of courage you didn't know you had. And for the first time, you do not wish to change any of it. Rumi's words return to you. The wound is the place where the light enters you. You smile softly, because you understand now. It was never about being free of the wound. It was about letting it teach you tenderness. The pain that once defined you has become your opening. The shadow that once frightened you has become your teacher. The darkness you feared most has revealed the most sacred truth of all. That light was never missing. It was growing quietly within you. You take another breath. It feels lighter, deeper, whole. The air in the cave hums with a new kind of silence. Not emptiness, but presence. You can feel it vibrating gently through your chest, through the soles of your feet, through the ground itself. The journey inward has brought you here, to this still point where darkness and light meet, where fear dissolves into understanding and shame transforms into compassion. In your darkness, the voice within you whispers, "Something sacred has always been waiting." You rise slowly, no longer afraid of what lies behind or before you. The cave does not vanish as you step toward the light. It remains a living part of you, a reminder that healing is not leaving the darkness, but learning to carry its wisdom into the world. As you walk forward, you can feel both the shadow and the light within you, no longer at war, but in harmony. The cave breathes one final time, releasing you gently, like a mother letting go of her child. You emerge not purified, but whole. The darkness, once feared, has become the cradle of your becoming. And within it, you have found the light that was waiting all along. The cave is behind you now, but its silence still lingers within. The darkness you once feared has softened into understanding. And as you walk back toward the light, you realize something profound. The journey was never about choosing one side over the other. It was about learning to hold both. In your heart, you still feel the pulse of shadow, not as an enemy, but as a balance. The light within you, too, glows softly, no longer trying to conquer. They coexist now, like day and night, sharing the same horizon. This is where the next stage of the journey begins. Not in conflict, but in union. Carl Jung called it the union of opposites. He believed that every human being carries within them two energies, the masculine and the feminine, the active and the receptive, the rational and the intuitive. He named them anima and animus, the inner feminine within the man and the inner masculine within the woman. To meet these energies is not to change who you are, but to become more whole. Because wholeness is not the absence of polarity, it is their harmony. Jung wrote, "We contain all that we fear and all that we long for." Every emotion, every desire, every impulse you've ever tried to suppress belongs to you. The gentleness you admire in others, the strength you envy, the softness you deny, all of them live within your psyche, waiting to be recognized. Imagine two rivers meeting. One runs warm and steady, the current of reason, focus, and clarity. The other flows cool and wide, the stream of feeling, intuition, and surrender. For a long time, they traveled separately, shaping the landscape in different ways. But here, in this quiet moment of your life, they begin to merge. At first, the meeting is turbulent. The waters swirl, colliding, mixing, pulling against each other. It feels uncertain, almost chaotic. This is what it feels like when the parts of you that were once divided begin to meet. The rational mind resists the heart's intuition. The strong self tries to silence the tender one. The need to act clashes with the need to rest. Yet if you stay long enough, if you let the waters mix instead of forcing them apart, the turbulence softens, the temperature equalizes, the two rivers become one. This is not a metaphor for perfection. It is a reminder that harmony does not mean uniformity. It means allowing every part of yourself to have a place, even the ones you've been told to hide. You may have been raised to value strength over sensitivity, logic over emotion, control over vulnerability. But the psyche, like nature, seeks balance. Too much of one element, and the whole system begins to break. That is why the journey inward requires that you meet the opposite within. The parts of you that live in shadow are not mistakes. They are the missing pieces of your balance. Take a breath. Inhale and imagine drawing in the energy you have resisted. Perhaps it is your softness, your gentleness, your ability to feel deeply. Exhale and release the need to control how it should look. There is power in this surrender. In the language of Jung, to meet the anima or animus is to recognize the wholeness of the soul. It is to realize that within every man there is a tenderness that longs to create, and within every woman a strength that longs to protect. These are not contradictions, they are completion. As you breathe, imagine the rivers again. You stand at their confluence, where the warm and the cold waters meet. The mist that rises from their union shimmers in the morning light. It is soft, almost sacred. This mist is you, the synthesis of opposites, the dance of strength and surrender. To meet the opposite within is to stop rejecting half of your own existence. It is to stop labeling your emotions as too much or not enough. It is to realize that love and fear, courage and vulnerability are not opposing forces, but different faces of the same truth, that to be human is to be complex, fluid, alive. Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." The same is true within you. When your inner opposites finally meet, the doer and a dreamer, the rational and the poetic, something new emerges, a balanced self. The feminine within brings empathy, patience, and connection. The ability to see the world not as something to conquer, but as something to understand. The masculine within brings clarity, direction, and protection. The ability to act with purpose and courage. When these two energies flow together, they form a current of quiet confidence, grounded and compassionate. You are no longer pulled between extremes. You begin to move from a deeper center, not from impulse, not from fear, but from balance. As the rivers merge, the sound changes too. The roaring fades into a gentle hum, a steady rhythm like a heartbeat. It is the sound of integration, the place where conflict becomes cooperation. You start to realize that this process, this blending, has been happening all along. Every heartbreak softened your strength. Every act of courage awakened your gentleness. Every moment of silence taught your passion to listen. The opposites have always been in dialogue, even when you did not know the language. Now, in this stillness, you can finally hear them clearly. The inner voice that once shouted has become a whisper. It says, "You do not have to choose who to be. You can be all of it." This is the beginning of peace, the moment when you stop dividing your own soul into acceptable and unacceptable parts. The light and the dark, the giving and the receiving, the reason and the feeling, they are not enemies. They are partners in an eternal dance. The tension between them is not a flaw. It is the rhythm of creation itself. You remember the rivers. Their waters have now become clear and calm, reflecting the open sky. As you look into that reflection, you see yourself whole, balanced, unafraid. You whisper the truth that has carried through this journey. We contain all that we fear and all that we long for. And as the day fades softly into twilight, you understand, peace is not found by becoming one thing. It is found by becoming everything you already are. The rivers flow on, endless and effortless, carrying you gently forward. toward the next chapter of becoming, the two rivers have met. Their currents, once opposing, now flow as one, a single stream gliding quietly through the valley of your mind. You can feel it, the warmth and the cool, the strength and the tenderness, the rational and the intuitive, moving together in harmony. For the first time, you understand that peace is not stillness. It is motion without conflict. It is flow. But as the river bends and widens, you sense something deeper beneath this harmony, a pulse that belongs not only to you, but to the rhythm of life itself. It is the heartbeat of duality, the eternal dance between all opposites that shape existence. There is a law written into the fabric of reality. Light and darkness cannot exist without each other. Life and death, joy and sorrow, gain and loss. They are not contradictions, but companions. Each gives birth to the other, again and again, in a cycle older than time. Jung described this as the coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites, the sacred meeting point where all contradictions dissolve into wholeness. To be whole, Jung once said, is to allow contradiction to coexist. You close your eyes and imagine the world breathing in this rhythm, day fading into night, night yielding to dawn, the moon reflecting the sun's light, the tide pulled and released by the unseen gravity of the moon. Everything, every heartbeat, every breath is part of this cosmic conversation between opposites. The dance of duality is not a struggle, it is choreography. The light steps forward and the dark follows. The dark leans in and the light bows back. There is no domination, no battle for control, only movement, endless, balanced, sacred. You might think of your own life this way. Every triumph has carried a shadow of loss. Every heartbreak has opened a doorway to tenderness. Every ending has quietly carried within it the seed of a new beginning. You have never lived in one side alone. You have always been part of both. Breathe in the image of dawn, that quiet hour when the world holds both light and darkness at once. This is the symbol of integration. The sky blushes with contradiction, blue and gold, violet and gray, day and night embracing each other without fear. That is what it means to be whole. You are not meant to choose between strength and softness, reason and emotion, solitude and love. You are meant to dance with them, to let each part of you take its turn in the rhythm of your becoming. There is an ancient Taoist verse that whispers, "When you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. When you are not afraid of dying, there is nothing you cannot achieve." This is the essence of duality, the acceptance that life's beauty lies in its impermanence. To resist change is to stand still in a world made of movement. To accept both sides of existence is to finally flow with it. Imagine now a circle slowly turning, the symbol of yin and yang. Inside the light, there is a drop of darkness. Inside the dark, a drop of light. They chase each other endlessly, not in conflict, but in play. Together, they create balance. Together, they form the whole. Your mind begins to quiet as you watch this inner movement. You begin to understand that the chaos of your own life has always been part of this same pattern, a balance constantly adjusting, never broken, only shifting. You recall Jung's words again, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Light must confront darkness to see itself clearly. Without shadow, there is no depth, no shape, no meaning. The duality that confuses us is also the very thing that defines us. So much of human suffering comes from trying to separate what was never meant to be divided. We want joy without sorrow, success without failure, love without vulnerability. But when we reject one side, we also lose the richness of the other. You cannot have the warmth of sunlight without the coolness of night. You cannot feel gratitude without knowing loss. You cannot truly love without accepting the risk of pain. To live deeply is to dance with both. Take a slow breath now, in and out. Feel the light and the dark within you moving as one. Every inhale carries the fire of creation. Every exhale carries the calm of dissolution. In this rhythm, you are not one or the other. You are the dance itself. The rhythm slows. You begin to see how duality plays even in the smallest things. The pause between two notes in music, the silence that makes words meaningful, the stillness that gives motion its grace. Without the quiet, the song would collapse into noise. Without darkness, the stars could not be seen. The same is true within you. The parts of you that seem opposed, the parts that argue, that contradict, that confuse, are not flaws. They are the intervals between notes, the negative space that allows your soul to have form. You begin to feel gratitude for your own contradictions. Your vulnerability does not weaken your strength. It gives it depth. Your uncertainty does not erase your wisdom. It keeps it humble. Your sadness does not cancel your joy. It deepens it. The dance of duality teaches you that balance is not found by standing still, but by moving gracefully between opposites. To be human is to live in the tension between what is and what could be, between the self you know and the one still forming. When you stop trying to choose between the two, something magical happens. You begin to feel whole. You can sense this truth now, not as a thought, but as a quiet knowing. There is no part of you that must be erased for you to find peace. You are both the light and the shadow, the giver and the receiver, the silence and the song. To be whole is to allow contradiction to coexist. Let those words rest within you as softly as falling snow. Outside, the light fades. The world enters its nightly transformation. Somewhere, unseen, the stars begin to hum their silent hymn, a reminder that even in darkness, light never truly disappears. It only changes its form. And as you listen to this eternal dance, day becoming night, breath becoming silence, self becoming whole, you begin to understand. Peace is not found in one side of the coin, but in the endless turning of it. The dance continues, and you are part of it. The night has deepened. The dance of duality has slowed into stillness, and you can feel the balance settling quietly inside your chest. The rivers that once ran in opposite directions now meet in a single current. Calm and sure, the push and pull that once divided you, light against dark, reason against emotion, has softened into one steady rhythm, the rhythm of being. You have walked through comparison, through death, through the shadow, through the endless conversation between opposites. And now, at the heart of this journey, something begins to unfold, a quiet revelation, almost too gentle to name. The struggle is no longer between who you are and who you should be. It becomes a merging, a dissolving, a return. Carl Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." This is not the becoming that the world demands, not the pursuit of titles, or perfection, or constant self-improvement. This becoming is not about adding more to yourself, but shedding what was never truly yours. It is the art of remembering what has always been beneath the masks, beneath the noise. As you sit in the quiet, you can feel the boundaries begin to fade. The separation between thought and feeling, between the inner and the outer, between self and world, it all starts to dissolve. What remains is not emptiness, but a fullness that cannot be described, only felt. The dance of opposites that once spun endlessly now comes to rest in stillness, not because it has stopped, but because you can finally see that both movements have always been one. Light was never separate from shadow. Joy was never separate from sorrow. They were simply different notes in the same eternal song. You are beginning to understand that to become whole is not to fix yourself. It is to stop seeing yourself as broken. Imagine standing at the edge of an ocean. The waves rise and fall, but when you look far enough out, there is no division, only one vast expanse of water, breathing as a single body. That is what this moment feels like. The merging of all that you are into one living ocean of awareness. Every experience you've ever had, the joy, the shame, the love, the pain, now feels like droplets returning to the same sea. None of them are lost. None of them are wrong. They have all been leading you here. Jung believed that the soul's task was individuation, the process of integrating all parts of the psyche into one whole. But what he really meant, perhaps, was that wholeness is not something you achieve. It is something you uncover. You are not becoming something new tonight. You are remembering. You breathe in, and the air feels softer now, not heavy with questions or striving, but filled with quiet gratitude. You exhale and feel everything unnecessary fall away. The guilt, the comparison, the need to prove. In that breath, something ancient within you exhales too. It is the part of you that has always known peace, even when you forgot it. You think back to the beginning, to the mirror of comparison, to the weight of judgment, to the endless trying to be enough. You see now how each of those moments was a fragment of your becoming. You had to lose yourself in reflection in order to see beyond it. You had to walk through darkness to understand the value of light. You had to feel divided to long for unity. And now, here, at the still point of the soul, you realize you have never been separate at all. All the while, the same consciousness was watching, waiting, gently guiding you home. The same stillness that exists behind your thoughts, behind every word and breath. The same light that flickers quietly, even in the darkest hours. When Jung spoke of wholeness, he was not speaking of perfection. He was describing the place where opposites meet, where all contradictions become one truth, where you are no longer afraid of being too much or too little, where you can finally rest in the simplicity of being. You whisper softly, "You are no longer divided. You are home." The words do not come from your mind. They rise from somewhere deeper, like a memory that was waiting to be remembered. The sound of them settles into the room, into your body, into the night. The light and the dark within you no longer fight for space. They have found their balance, like two hands closing gently together in prayer. The heart, once torn between fear and love, now beats in perfect rhythm with the world around it. You look inward and see a kind of quiet radiance, not the bright, blinding light of victory, but the warm, enduring glow of understanding. The heart is no longer searching for answers. It is resting in awareness. Every lesson has brought you closer to this stillness. The stoic calm of Marcus, the quiet acceptance of impermanence, the Jungian courage to face your shadow. And now they have all merged into one truth that echoes through every breath. That peace does not come from controlling life, but from allowing it to be what it is. The dance of duality was never meant to be won, only witnessed. You are the witness, you are the dancer, you are the music. In the distance, you can almost hear the faint hum of the universe, the sound of everything moving in harmony, everything belonging exactly where it is. You breathe with it, you move with it, you are it. The night feels infinite now, but not lonely. You are surrounded by presence, the stars, the air, the silence, all of it holding you in the same quiet embrace. In this stillness, there is no need to search, no need to name. You're not trying to understand anymore. You are simply being. And perhaps that is what becoming truly is. Not striving toward the light, but realizing that the light and the dark, the seeking and the surrendering, have always been one and the same. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. You have become that now, not through effort, but through release. Not by finding something new, but by remembering what was always waiting beneath it all. You take one final breath, long and soft. The air feels like home. And as you exhale, the words form gently in your mind. You are no longer divided. You are home. The night holds you. The journey rests. The heart, at last, is whole. The night has grown quieter now. The air feels softer, as if the world itself has begun to exhale. You have walked through the long corridors of the mind, through comparison, through death, through shadow, through the merging of opposites. And what remains is only silence, not the empty kind, but the kind that carries peace within it. You have become one, and yet there is one last threshold to cross, the surrender. After wholeness comes release. After becoming comes unbecoming. Your guide's voice returns, low and gentle. Let it fall apart. Not as a command, but as a permission. You are allowed to let the image of who you thought you had to be dissolve. You are allowed to stop holding everything together. For so long, you have tried to maintain the structure, the self-image, the expectations, the roles you play for others. But tonight, under this quiet sky, all of that can fall away. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist persists." And now you understand what he meant, that the self you have tried so hard to protect has never been the real you. It was only a shell, a mask made of survival, fear, and hope. To let it fall apart is not to lose yourself. It is to finally meet yourself. What's waiting isn't a perfect version of you, but the real you. The perfection you've been chasing has always been a moving target, a mirage shimmering on the horizon. Every time you thought you were close, it moved farther away. But what if you were never meant to reach it? What if peace was not found in holding things together, but in letting them fall apart? Imagine a tree in autumn. The leaves do not cling to the branches in fear of the coming winter. They fall softly, gracefully, without resistance, because the tree knows that losing is part of living, that decay is not an end, but a preparation for new life. You, too, are allowed to shed. Let the layers drop. The one who must always appear strong, the one who must always understand, the one who must always be in control. These identities were never meant to last forever. They were stepping stones, not prisons. They brought you here, but they were never meant to define you. Breathe. As you inhale, imagine the pieces of your old self glowing softly in your hands. Memories, names, faces, beliefs. As you exhale, let them scatter into the air, turning into light. This is what it means to let go. Not to destroy, but to allow. The truth is that everything you are holding on to, your story, your fears, your guilt, they are not the enemy. They are simply tired. They have carried you long enough, and now they are ready to rest. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." The same is true of the self. What hurts is not what is falling apart, but the part of you that refuses to let it go. So let the structures crumble. Let the story end. Let the light spill through the cracks. Every time something falls apart, something else is quietly being born. It is in this collapse that you begin to see clearly, not because the world has changed, but because your eyes are no longer covered by illusion. The perfection you sought has been replaced by presence. The guide's voice softens again, almost like a lullaby. You are safe to fall apart. You are safe to begin again. You notice how the words feel different now. Once, they might have sounded terrifying. To let go of control, to lose what defines you. But here, in this stillness, it feels like mercy. Like finally setting down a heavy bag you have carried for years. Perhaps this is what Jung meant when he said that there is no coming to consciousness without pain. The breaking was necessary. The unraveling was not failure, it was transformation. Every human being must, at some point, let something fall apart, a dream, a belief, a version of themselves. But what follows is not destruction, it is rebirth. Look inward, feel the quiet, beneath the noise, beneath the stories. There is something that cannot be destroyed. That is the real you, unbroken, unchanged, untouched by time. The ancient Stoics and Jung spoke the same truth in different languages. That peace begins not when life stops changing, but when you stop trying to stop it. There is no need to fix what is falling apart. There is only the need to allow it. The world is made of cycles, expansion and contraction, growth and decay, creation and dissolution. Even the stars are born and die, only to scatter their light into new galaxies. If the universe itself can fall apart and still create beauty, why can't you? In this awareness, something inside you softens. The fear of breaking becomes the relief of release. You begin to understand wholeness is not about staying intact. It is about staying open. The pieces of you that are falling apart were never meant to last forever. They are the temporary scaffolding that helped you build truth within. And that truth, your awareness, your compassion, your capacity for love, is indestructible. The voice returns, quieter now, as if coming from within your own heart. What's waiting isn't a perfect version of you, but the real you. You repeat it softly, like a mantra. The words feel warm, grounding, real. Perfection separates you from life. Reality connects you to it. So let the pieces go. Let the expectations dissolve. Let the mask fade. When everything else falls away, you will find that nothing essential is lost. What remains is simple. Breath, presence, being. You realize that peace does not come from holding yourself together, but from trusting that you do not need to. As the music fades, you lie still. The air feels clean, the space around you open. The self you tried so hard to protect has melted into something vaster, quieter, freer. The night holds you gently. The old stories have burned down to embers, glowing faintly with the warmth of truth. And from within that glow, you hear it again, not as instruction, but as truth, soft as a heartbeat. Let it fall apart. Because what is waiting on the other side was never broken. It was only hidden. The world has fallen silent now. You have let the mask dissolve. The stories unravel. The walls within you crumble into the quiet. There is nothing left to protect, nothing left to perform. Only breath, steady and slow, like the rhythm of the ocean at midnight. And as the pieces of who you thought you were drift away, something begins to emerge from beneath the wreckage. Something softer, something whole. It does not need to be fixed. It does not ask for permission to exist. It simply is. You begin to understand what Carl Jung meant when he said, "You're not here to be perfect. You're here to be whole." Perfection, you realize, is an illusion, a mirage that keeps you chasing the horizon, forever trying to reach something that recedes with every step. It is the voice that says, "You are almost enough, but not quite." It is the quiet exhaustion that follows every attempt to meet an invisible standard. Wholeness is different. It does not demand that you polish your rough edges. It does not ask you to exile your flaws. It invites everything in, the mess and the grace, the fear and the courage, the shadow and the light. Imagine standing beside a still lake. The surface is perfectly calm, mirroring the sky above. Clouds drift slowly across, white and dark, heavy and light. The lake does not choose which clouds to reflect. It receives them all, equally, without judgment. And in doing so, it remains clear. That lake is you. Wholeness is not the absence of contradiction. It is the space that holds it all. You breathe in, and for the first time, it feels safe to contain both the storm and the calm, the anger and the tenderness, the grief and the gratitude. You no longer need to separate them. You no longer need to hide from your own complexity. This is what Jung called individuation, the process of integrating all parts of the self into one consciousness. It is the realization that the self you show to the world is not the enemy of the one that lives in silence, and that even your darkness has something sacred to offer. In one of his letters, Jung wrote, One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. That is what you are doing now, making the darkness conscious, not by fighting it, not by fixing it, but by seeing it, holding it, allowing it to exist without fear. You can feel the weight lifting, not because you have become perfect, but because you no longer need to. You recall all the moments when you punished yourself for being human, for failing, for hesitating, for being uncertain. Every harsh word you whispered inward, every impossible expectation you carried like a stone. And now, they all begin to dissolve into the stillness of this understanding. The voice that once demanded perfection grows quieter, replaced by something kinder. A whisper that says, "It's okay." Because it is. Perfection isolates you. Wholeness connects you. Perfection lives in comparison, always reaching, always measuring, always fearing what others might see. But wholeness lives in acceptance, a knowing that your worth was never conditional, never earned, never lost. In the stillness, you begin to see how much of your suffering was born not from imperfection itself, but from the refusal to embrace it. The cracks in your life were never signs of failure. They were openings, spaces where light could enter and where empathy could grow. Rumi once wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." You think of those words now, and they make sense in a way they never have before. Every heartbreak, every loss, every failure has carved you open, not to destroy you, but to make space for light. When you were chasing perfection, you were chasing something still, lifeless, frozen. But life itself is movement, contradiction, rhythm. To be whole is to dance with both steps, one in joy, one in sorrow. You are both the wave and the shore, both the question and the answer. Jung believed that to become whole, one must hold the tension between opposites, the human and the divine, the conscious and the unconscious, the strength and the vulnerability. To deny either side is to deny life itself. And so, wholeness is not balance as the world defines it, not symmetry, not control. It is a living harmony, a dance between all that you are. Take a deep breath. Feel the light and shadow within you meeting in the center of your chest, not clashing, but blending like ink swirling in water. You are beginning to see that peace is not the absence of struggle. It is the presence of understanding. You whisper softly, "I am both." The words echo within you like a prayer. I am both the storm and the calm, both the flame and the ash, both the seeker and the home. And in that acknowledgement, the need to be perfect finally dies. The lake within you reflects everything, not because it tries, but because it simply is. And in that reflection, you see yourself clearly for the first time, not as broken pieces waiting to be fixed, but as a living mosaic of contradictions that together form something sacred. You are not here to perfect your humanity. You are here to experience it. Every mistake has taught you humility. Every failure has taught you resilience. Every wound has made you capable of compassion. You could not have become whole without them. Wholeness is the art of inclusion, of saying yes to all that you are, all that you have been, and all that you are still becoming. And as this understanding settles deeper, you begin to feel lighter, freer, softer. Perfection was a cage built out of fear. Wholeness is the sky, vast, unbounded, endless. You have been trying to fix your reflection when all along you were meant to step into it. The voice returns, warm and calm, as though coming from within your own heart. You're not here to be perfect. You're here to be whole. And now, the words no longer sound like a philosophy. They sound like home. The night hums quietly around you. The world outside breathes in rhythm with you. The trees, the stars, even the wind, everything, in its imperfection, belongs. You belong. Perfection was always about arrival. Wholeness is about presence. There is nowhere to go, nothing to fix, nothing to prove. Only this moment, this breath, this quiet awareness of being alive. You rest in it, like the lake reflecting the sky, not fighting the clouds, not chasing the light, simply holding everything as it comes. And in that stillness, you finally understand. Peace is not perfection. It is permission. Permission to be, to exist, to rest. You are whole, and that is enough. The air is still now. Everything has slowed to a breath, a pulse, a single steady rhythm. You have let it all fall apart. You have seen that perfection was never the goal, that peace was not hiding in the spotless, but in the sincere. And as the echoes of the world fade into quiet, there is only one thing left to do: rest. You are not falling asleep out of exhaustion. You are resting because you have finally arrived. Carl Jung once wrote, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries." In other words, peace does not come from escaping your darkness, but from holding it with compassion. This is where the journey has led you, to a place where even your shadows have a home. You can feel it now, that deep exhale that follows the years of holding your breath. The part of you that was always fighting, striving, fixing, has gone quiet. The war within has ended, not through victory, but through understanding. The voice of the guide returns, soft and steady. Wholeness is not achieved by denying your darkness, but by embracing it. These words settle in your mind like warm rain. They don't demand thought. They don't ask for agreement. They simply remind you that you were never broken. Every scar, every wound, every ache of the soul, they were not signs of weakness. They were the fingerprints of your becoming. For the first time, you see your life not as a set of mistakes and triumphs, but as one continuous unfolding. Every joy, every pain, every pause, all part of a single sacred movement. You remember how it began, the noise of the mind, the endless comparison, the battle between light and dark, the descent into shadow, and the merging of opposites. Each chapter has been a step deeper into stillness, from control to awareness, to acceptance, to peace. And now, at the end of it all, you realize you have not been learning to be someone new. You have been learning to rest as who you already are. Take a slow breath in. Let it travel through your chest, your shoulders, your hands. Feel the air as it softens the space within you, the space where tension once lived. As you exhale, imagine releasing every weight that was never yours to carry, every expectation, every unfinished thought. every silent guilt. Let them drift out of you like smoke rising into the night. You no longer need to search for light. You have found that it was never separate from the darkness. They have always been two halves of the same whole, just as the ocean holds both calm and storm, just as the sky welcomes both dawn and dusk. Wholeness, you see, is not a state you achieve. It is the recognition of what has always been true. You were complete even in your chaos. You were pure even in your pain. You were home even when you felt lost. You think again of Jung's words. Wholeness is not achieved by denying your darkness, but by embracing it. Embracing does not mean clinging. It means allowing. Allowing yourself to be human, to feel deeply, to break gently, to rise slowly, to forgive the moments when you forgot who you were, because forgetting, too, was part of remembering. You have walked through the storm of thoughts, through the mask and the mirror, through the shadow and the silence. You have seen both sides of yourself and learned to bow to each, not as enemies, but as partners in your becoming. Now, as the night folds in around you, there is nothing more to learn, nothing more to solve, only to rest in what you already are. The music fades to almost nothing, just a faint hum, like the sound of a heartbeat beneath water. The narrator's voice lowers, softer now, almost a whisper. Now, let everything rest. And for a moment, you do. You stop thinking about who you were or who you should be. You stop chasing meaning. You stop resisting the silence. You simply exist. There is a strange kind of peace in this. Not a fragile peace that depends on quiet days or easy answers, but the deep, eternal kind that lives beneath all change. It is the peace that says, you are whole, not because you have perfected yourself, but because you have accepted yourself. You are both the light and the shadow, the becoming and the being, the seeker and the found. The guide's voice fades again, like a final breath of wind. You are free. And you realize, freedom was never about escape. It was about surrender, about letting life flow through you without clinging to what must change. You are no longer afraid of falling apart, because you understand that falling apart was only a form of transformation. You are no longer afraid of darkness, because you have seen that even the night sky holds light. The stars do not fight the darkness around them. They shine within it. So you rest, not in victory, but in belonging. The night feels endless, but in the best way. You are not small in it. You are part of it. The same stillness that holds the stars is now holding you. Your breath slows. The world around you dissolves into a soft blur of sound and silence. There is nothing left to do, nothing to fix, nothing to become. You are whole. You are free. Sleep well. Thanks you so much.